There we are.
Dude, how do I make you? Oh, you're co-host now. I was gonna say, try to make you co-host. I don't know what I'm doing, bro.
You're good.
All right, cool. I sent out. I think I sent out an invite. Did I?
Oh, respond to speak. I think if you just, I don't know how it works. I just got like a new Twitter OS in here. I'm still figuring out the spaces and all the new buttons.
See, here's what I was trying to explain to you the other day. So this is the clips. To you and Sam, the clips and the thread thing. I think it's underutilized. For the space. So that's what I was talking about. You can actually, as people speak, if you hit the clip button, you can clip from a point they spoke and just retweet that real quick. Bring people into space, like if there's something hot that you're talking about or whatever. I just was having trouble figuring it out because, I'm slightly slow.
Sweet. Sounds good. So, bro, how's I've been seeing you post some video lately. Tell me what's going on the last few weeks, dude.
Okay. So, I guess you would say, starting about a month ago, I really wasn't paying attention. I usually go in spaces outside and stuff like that. I've been having a continued experience. I've been recording for approximately a couple of years, mainly just what you would consider plasma orbs, things like that, or like in the thread, things that don't make any sense, blobs or whatever. But this last week, things changed with the way they interact, I should say. So I've never had a problem recording them. Now it's like I have a problem recording them. So I'll go down and look at my camera and bring it back up and they're gone. And they'll flash at me some part of the sky. So I'll try to, tail them around. Last night I'm outside watching the meteors because I think tonight and through the 13th is supposed to be the peak for meteors here. But I happened to see a couple and I was pretty impressed by them. But as I sat there, I'm looking up and I see something longer, like a cigar, no lights, streaking across the sky way up there. And I'm a aircraft guy, so I like to sit and watch aircraft. And it takes about 2 minutes for an aircraft to get across out of my view. And it takes about 10 to 20 seconds for this thing. There's no lights whatsoever. And I've seen this thing so many times, but this week was the first time it started blinking at me. And when I say blink, I'm not talking about safety lights. I'm talking about in the span of the entire sky, it may blink, the whole thing will blink once, and it keeps going. Or the other night, 4 times. I watched it going across the sky once, a couple seconds went by, another, 3 or 4 more seconds, just random. Or it doesn't blink at all, and it'll come back the other direction. Last night, it actually spooked me because I saw it go way up there, and I saw it blink once. That's when I realized, oh, that's a cigar-looking thing. And then I saw it lower, coming the other direction with no lights, like I was being sneaky. So kind of freaked me out just a little bit. I think I texted Matthew and was like, hey, man, I was like, this is kind of starting to weird me out a little bit. It seems like these things are everywhere. And it's funny because when I posted in that thread, a lot of times the people, and I get it, oh, well, it could be the ISS, it could be that. And I often wonder, do they even pay attention to the threads? Does the ISS go back the other way, right after it passes you? Things like that. So right now it's just a matter of, well, document it. I got to get better equipment. I mean, cell phones don't work. It's not going to happen. Because when you look at the screen, it blinds you. This stuff's so hard to see as it is with my eyes. When you go to try to get it with a phone, it just sucks. You know what I mean? Go ahead, Jared.
Oh, yeah, dude. The sensor on the phones, of the camera is so tiny. It's just, there's just not enough of a sensor there to bring in more light like you do with like a full lens, SLR or whatever, or something like that, right? So, yeah, it's crazy, but you're seeing it too. So my question for you, bro, was like in the last 2 years, you're describing some pretty crazy kind of maneuvers, right? And so I just want to ask, like, was there a breaking point when you went from like, okay, I'm either seeing the craziest satellite phenomenon, right, to like, and there was like some straw that broke the camel's back, kind of like where you saw it do some type of theatrics that you realized, okay, there's no way this is satellites or drones or something.
Actually, that's a little tougher than nail, but I will tell you this. When I say I waffle, I do that a lot. Like I spend most of my time brushing stuff off, overly convincing myself it's not this, not that, but then it does something that's like, okay. For example, people will say, hey, it's probably just satellites, this and that you're seeing in the upper atmosphere. And then it does something like the whole thing blinks once one night, 4 times another night. And this is the same thing going back and forth, right? I paid, like, I've got a year and a half of video of whatever this crap is. And most of it's just a faint light because you can see it in the upper atmosphere. No safety lights. They're just all over the place. But I think I really realized it. I think December 17th of this year was when I really realized it. I sat and watched I recorded like 10 minutes. And I kept thinking, is this thing a star? And it was like 4:57, you know? So I kept just recording it, and I could swear it was moving. And it was sitting so low, and then I'm looking at it, and I'm watching clouds pass behind it. And I'm like, wait, how is a cloud passing behind it? Right? This is a star. And then I keep recording, and I still kind of brush it off and wasn't really paying attention. And then later on, when I went back and watched the video, I realized it ended up being about 60 feet from me across the street in front of some tree branches. You can see it moving in front of the branches, just a little pulsing orb. And actually, let me post the video in the thread. If you guys want to see the video, I'll post it in the thread real quick. It's a clip of it. So.
Yeah, get it. I'd love to see it.
So,
I mean, I hear what you're saying when you say that you see this dim thing, but then it flashes. Is this just to be real clear? Like, is this a glow, like a slow glowing, or is this almost like a camera is taking a picture of you from deep space? Not deep space, but somewhere far away.
I'm going to say, see, that's what I don't know. It looks, the glow is not like a light you would perceive on us. When I say it's not casting light anywhere, like you can't see anything around it. You just see it itself. And what's super odd is before I started recording it, I started recording it for my sanity to figure out what the hell it was. The way I saw it is there'd be something that was dark moving across the sky, and I could clearly see it moving. And then it'd be gone, and then I'd see a pulse of light, and it'd go from one eye to the other, like I guess like a lighthouse, and then I'd see it somewhere else. So I'd just be kind of watching it go from place to place, and I did that for a while. Then I started trying to record it. It's just frustrating. But then I started recording shit during the day that just doesn't make a lot of sense, a lot of the times. So most of my stuff until last night was probably the first night I classified as a craft, cigar shaped. Everything else had been like, what is going on? It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So let me, Jared, take this real quick while I post that video.
Sure. No, thanks so much. I mean, I just love to hear about how within contact and experiencers, there seems to be an evolution or kind of like a warming up to contact. And in that, I think it personalizes in a way where you recognize certain things that kind of become the signatures of realizing, oh, that's their calling card, right? It's this is what they do to let me know. It's not something like a plane or, a satellite or some drone or whatever you want to call it, a bird, right? And so I was curious if, people often report flashing, and I think it's really the magnitude of the flashing, right, of how bright it is that is significant. Other people talk about more of like a power on and off, like almost like a real bright, but more of a pulse, right, that warms up and glows back. But you also talked about a lot of the movements, right, of something tracking one way across the sky and then reversing direction and going the other way, or seeing something take off and stuff, as you said. And so that's also a very, kind of telling sign of something that's abnormal. But yeah, dude, that's
one of the things I will say too about movements of these things that I noticed, and this is odd, most of these, which reminds me of what I saw last night that actually I completely have to bring up. So they did this. It moved side to side like a tadpole when they move. Do you know what I mean? So as it's moving straight, it's actually going
squiggling, like a
back
snake.
And forth. Yeah. But not. I mean, like wiggling like that.
Like Z's or like a.
Like you would see a sperm do, I suppose. Just wiggling across the sky. I mean, like bouncing back and forth as it moves straight. Like,
I see. Yeah,
you can
so
see it.
Curves.
I don't know.
There's
what
curvature
motion,
to its path.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know what motion it's doing. I don't know if that's what's going on, but you could see as you watch it, because as it passes stars, you can really see it, because it goes from just a slight distance change from stars. It moves a path forward, but you can see it going back and forth as it's moved forward, and it's hard to explain, right? Last night, this is the shit that blows my mind.
Yeah.
So I'm laying there watching. I guess I got lucky. I watched 5 meteors. Then I watched 2 come down super close. And then I watched a fireball go up, literally a fucking fireball. And now my brain maybe just got a little debungled and it was coming down. That could have happened. And it was just a meteor. But as those two came down, I'm watching it look like someone lit a match. Sure as shit. So either a meteor hit really close to me and my brain just kind of messed it up, or I swear that shit was going up because I saw two streaks go down and then I saw a flame dancing up and it was moving that way like a sperm going up.
Bro,
I was
a
like,
match in the sky is a great way to describe that. Like, can you just describe a fireball versus a shooting star real quick? And then I'd love to have one more
okay,
comment.
okay. So I've got three or four different shooting stars I saw last night. Like they're super quick, just a straight line. You can also you see that little white tail, right? This was bright orange like fire. So it could have been, meteor at the tail end, blew up, explode. Could have been that, but it was going up. So it looked like a flame. Now picture a flame. They didn't look like an orb. It looked like a flame, but it was going up. And as it went up, it was doing that side to side shit. At the same exact time, two meteors came down. Two.
Wow.
They were side by side too. That was the craziest part. I watched two of them, two streaks, right, side by side, and this thing came up the middle, going upwards. I was like, what the hell? And it looked like just right up past my house. I was like, man, that thing at first I was like, that meteor must have hit close. But I was seeing that other stuff last night too. So I'm like, I don't know.
Bro, I have to. Okay, I mean, I've this is crazy to hear because I've tweeted before. Have people seen fireballs during when they're trying to make contact? I've DM'd James Iandoli about this issue, right? Because it's been on multiple occasions that, like, at one point, dude, I remember because I was out with my wife, and it was like one of the few times that she is like trying to, make we did it together, right? And so we're looking at different directions of the sky when we come out of this meditation. It's like as soon as I came out of this meditation, dude, in a equilateral triangle, these three fireballs descended out of the sky. And it's like you said, these aren't shooting stars, they're orange. It looks like something's crashing into the mountains almost, right? Like yeah, they're huge. And there's been other times where I've seen this fireball come, and then right after that you see that flashing star out of nowhere, right? And they move around and do crazy shit. So, bro, I think there's something to these fireballs. Yeah, I don't know what it is, but you're not alone in seeing that. Yeah.
The fireball was one of the first things I saw too. Like the lighting, I always refer to it as it looks like someone lit a match in the air. That's what it looks like. Just it goes from nothing.
It's massive.
It goes to nothing to a bright thing of, and just I've always seen them go up too. Never seen anything else. Just go up.
That's
could
crazy.
Be something.
You've seen them
Could be anomalous, like in the atmosphere. I'm not saying any of that. Maybe I just pay attention to a lot more stuff. But between that and I kind of brush it off. But I live near Hanford nuclear site, so it's it's kind of odd. I'll sit out here all night and I'm like, some of this shit doesn't make sense. I can look at the aircraft and it's so easy to pick out an aircraft, especially where I'm at. I have a highway that flies over me, apps, whatever, and that could be black projects, but I just can't. Now, this is where it gets weird. So here's a question: What would you consider this synchronicity or high strangeness? Because this happened. I think I posted a thread in it. So I went to see Nope. I was kind of hesitant because I'm like, damn, I deal with this shit so much and I don't even give it, but I went. I'm glad I did. I had a really good time. And I think I posted pictures and bullshit. I get home from Nope, and this is the second night in a row. And this shit's hovering above my back porch. I'm like, wait, what the fuck is that? So I record it. I think I posted it. And I can't figure out, it was hovering and then it was gone. It took off and I can't figure out what the hell it is. And then the very next night, I don't want to run any movie for you guys. If you've seen Nope, all I got to say is, there's a praying mantis that has a little bit of roll in it, right? I haven't seen a praying mantis in years, and I'm outside the other night trying to record these fucking things, and I hear smack right in my goddamn face. I'm like, what was that? I stand up, it's a praying mantis on my face. I'm like, oh my god! I was like, nope, I'm out. That to me, it's synchronicity. I haven't seen a praying mantis in years, and that plays a small role in Nope. And then that shit smacks me in the face like the next night after seeing it. I'm like, what? Maybe I wouldn't have paid attention to that before, but that's silly, right?
I don't know if it's
speaking of synchronicities, like I think it was maybe Jared was telling me about the white owls. Was that you, Jared?
Yeah, I was gonna ask you about that, Shane. If you ever see these white owls, man, yeah.
Yeah. Well, Jared, funny story is like I've seen like not actual white owls, but like I've seen two different white owls in different contexts now. One was a bumper sticker on a car. The other one was like a tweet on Facebook, or not a tweet on Facebook, obviously, but it was like a post on Facebook or something. So I mean, it was weird synchronicity.
Yeah, I've got a white owl that flies over me every night. Him and a giant bat. They battle every night. I listen to them. Screech owl. It's a white one.
So Michael, is it Cleland or Cleland? How do you say his name? The owl synchronicities and UFO sightings. I may have slaughtered that title, but that's a pretty crazy one. Sam, get in here, bro. How you doing?
Thinking about bats and owls fighting. Pretty sick visual there. Every night,
every night, dude.
And
a white owl and a huge bat. You can hear them. They're just circling each other, and they're just one. I guess one's in the other's territory. So I don't know.
Dude, that's awesome. Yeah. Other than that, nothing, man. Just drawing, hanging out. You know what I mean? Smoking a little herb, living life.
I'd like to hear anybody else in here got an experience they'd like to share? I got a million, but I can yap all day about it. So somebody else? Anybody?
Dude, this is the second time I heard someone reference the idea of like these things moving kind of like a sperm. You know what I mean? Which is interesting, not just because of the context, but because of the movement. Like, doesn't that indicate some type of natural thing, an organic, thing? Like some of this stuff, when I look up at the sky or when I look at these cases, it feels like gigantic microbiology. Do you know what I mean?
Someone just posted a thread the other day about someone's hypothesis that these are amoebas that have always been here, the sky amoebas, I guess, something like that, right? And like you just said, that we just don't know, understand, or see.
Sorry, I was filling up a cup, and I don't want you guys to think I'm peeing. But yes, right? Okay, so let's imagine this, right? Giant sky amoebas, a macrobiology. These things moving around the atmosphere, almost as if it's its own little medium, maybe moving throughout space. They're just moving around. Maybe the Earth is like this giant cell. You're just moving around, and there's these like big ass things that are largely not even noticed by us. We never needed to see them. We don't need to see them. Big ass amoebas, gross, kind of cool. What's that about? Because I mean, that'd be fucking scary. But like you're talking about this thing moving like it has what are they called, a flagella or something?
Well, I think yeah. I posted one of the shitty videos in the thread of the clearer one. Did I? No, I'll post it right now. So when I think of amoeba, here's a video from last year, and this is what I saw today. 2 of them today. I think I told you guys in our text or whatever. So today, I'm outside, and I'm just looking up, and I was like, damn, there's 2 birds way the fuck up there, big, way up there. I tried to get my camera to get some video, and I couldn't get video of it. And as I'm looking at it, I'm like, man, they're not flapping. What is this? I said, oh, they're probably just cruising. No big deal. So they're doing their thing, going around in circles above my head. And as I keep watching them, they come down, and they're not birds. And then the exact same time. They both come down, and they shoot off the same direction, equal ways apart, same speed, no difference whatsoever, no flapping. And as it's going away, they're bright as hell. It looks like car lights going.
Yeah, how fast from the circling to when they like take off would you like? What's the difference there?
Well, the speed wasn't crazy when it left, but what was crazy is the speed from changing from this. I mean, it was a tight circle. From the tight circle to both of them going the same direction, there was no difference in speed. Like they weren't like when you see birds, you can see, one may fall off a little bit, but no, it just looked like equal parts. They never differed in the length that was apart. Never differed at all. They kept going. So I'm like, what the hell? And then I started, when it came down, I'll post a video of what it looked like to me. This is a video from last year. This is the same thing that I've recorded in multiple places, and I don't know what the frick it is. This is just a clip. I've got 10 minutes of video of it. First, it was hovering. When I first saw it, it was just hovering there. So I went and got my camera, and it just slowly took off. And flew out of sight. So yeah, I don't know and it makes zero sense. Okay, it's posted. So there's amoeba. But yeah, this is what bothers me. It's like I think it'd be easier if I saw craft, but all my stuff's like orbs, stuff that I don't quite understand. I'm more of a tech guy, so I don't know what's going on. Or it could just be, I'm their favorite person to probe. I don't goddamn know. And that was a joke. I'm not hoping I get probed.
I'm making a pot of coffee. I'm not peeing. If you guys hear water, so I just always want to make that clear in spaces. So, I was watching a video today of Aurora Borealis, just the northern lights. People were outside; it was happening, and it looked completely fake. I mean, it looked so bananas. Something I've always wanted to see in real life. But I'm looking at it, and I'm like, wow, that's just literally like electromagnetic waves, radiation from the sun interacting with our electric field or our electromagnetic field, and those interactions are exciting, right? Those fields and those Birkeland currents, and it's transferring energy, and the energy is interacting with our atmosphere and illuminating. It's creating light. It's exciting the atmosphere and creating light. Now I'm like, well, like, there's a lot of time. This is just out here, but there's a lot of stuff about like our the sun being some type of portal, our consciousness being some type of like field energy coming from a source like the sun. And I just wonder, if you're out there looking, like a lot of these things look like they have some type of aurora to them, some of these orbs. And I wonder if it's like a, the reaction of like you looking out there. If some people could ignite, or their actions unconsciously ignite the atmosphere or something in the air, and create these sparks of light that you can maybe even interact with or whatever. But I don't know. And I know orbs are different than craft, right? But just a thought.
I posted that in the thread, but that's crazy is I've actually seen that before. And the only reason I actually kind of got on this subject and realized, okay, maybe I'm seeing something that's different was I assumed this was all normal and that weird shit that I just couldn't explain. And then I saw George Knapp post a video called The Summoners. And one of the people on their video, they get this, even he describes it like a bag, and it kind of does this little blob-like thing and, does this little floaty thing. And then I saw my thing that I just posted a video of. I see NASA has pictures of it going by space station, doing that little sperm type shit, and I'm like, okay, maybe. I don't know. Go ahead, Jared. Jared, you there?
Oh yeah, sorry, dude. I didn't hear that last part there. I was going to ask you, within all this contact, have you had like dreams of being on ships? Have you had dreams of meeting entities? Have you felt the presence of shadow? Like, have anything like that?
Okay, so I haven't dreamed in a long, long time, right? So until I went down to Vernal, Utah. When I got to Vernal, I had my first dream that I've had in a long time. I haven't had a dream since. Actually freaked me out. I kept waking up. One of those real dreams. This is so stupid. And Grays were tugging me out of the bed, and I kept waking up and they tug, and I'd fight them off. It would just be repetitive. And I kept waking up all night like, God dang, man, I'm not going to get any sleep. So, yeah, that was kind of a coincidence. I get down to Vernal, have my first dream, and it's about freaking aliens there in Skinwalker Town. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? And then literally, I think I told somebody about it. I was like, I haven't had a dream in years. This is kind of freaky, Now, as far as like shadow person, I don't want to tell the story, but I'll say that I've only had an experience like that once. I don't want to tell the story because, well, it sounds insane. And it's pretty shitty too. Actually, it made me, I self-submitted myself for a psych evaluation after that experience, but I never had another one since, and I was good. And so it was just kind of one of those things that maybe I spooked myself because it was December 17th. Remember the time, date, and everything. And it was right after I saw that orb down in my basement. And I think maybe I just spooked myself. I don't know. Dude, and it reacted to me. That's the thing that scared me. So what it was is I'm laying in my bed. I'll go and fucking tell it. Laying down and my pitch black. I have to sleep in pitch black in the basement. And I open my eyes, and as my eyes adjust, but in front of me there's dark, behind me there's normal dark. So my eyes start shifting left and right because something looks off as my eyes shift left or right. Whatever, I can't describe it. It just looks like a fake dark. I see it move left. So then I panic and I get up and it reacts to me. Clearly two different darks. And the only way I can explain is like the Predator type shit, right? It looked like fake. It's like fake dark. So I go up to get my light and I'm running upstairs, I'm like, man, I can't be scaring the shit out of my family. So I stop myself. I'm trying to gather myself, go downstairs and turn on my lights. I'm like, okay, I think I spooked myself is what it was, And I still, to this day, I swear, I've never reacted to something that wasn't there like that. I mean, I've been jump scared and stuff like that, but it was like a 30-second jump scare for something that wasn't there, if that's the case. So either I had a psychotic break or that shit was there. One of the two.
Wow, dude. I mean, thank you for being so candid and sharing all that. Can I ask you like a question or two, bro?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. So when you had this this dream of the Greys pulling you out of bed, was there can you describe what they looked like? And also did you have any questions that you were curious about when this was happening, and did any information get given back, I guess? Yeah.
Well, as far as what they look like, they look like what mainstream media would call them as grays, But what was odd is I go back, I kept falling back asleep, and the dream kept repeating all night. Okay, and as far as talking to him or anything, I don't remember any of that. But like I said, I don't remember most of my dreams too sometimes. And what's super crazy is, due to the pandemic and being fully retired and not doing a whole lot, if I had missing time, I sure as hell wouldn't be able to tell you that. So most of my experiences, it's the oddest thing. I'm probably like most experiencers. I brush it off because you don't want to sound crazy. I make an excuse. I do about a 1,000 different things, right? And then something happens, and then it's like, oh, and just back and forth, right? I can't be the only one that waffles like that, because it's like, for me, having something like this changes my life in a way that's not the greatest. So I don't know what's going on. I know what I'm seeing is real because I record it. I don't know what it is. I know it's not aircraft. I know it's not satellites. Could it be a really expensive modified drone made to make people look like an idiot? People being me? Absolutely. But that doesn't make any sense now, does it? A person following me to different locations just to make me look like a fool? That probably scares me a little more than if it was something else. But I spent like 6 months, wouldn't even look up, because every time I did, I was recording shit, and it was freaking me out. That's how I ended up meeting, Ted Rowe, Matthew Rob, other people that have had some crazy experiences. I can't say crazy. I don't use that term. Experiences. And Matthew Roberts is pretty similar. If you ever get a chance, you can check out his book. I know you're reading it right now, Jared. Initiated. It's a battle, man. If it's happening all the time, imagine it's not just like your world changed once. You saw it, they exist. You start fighting like, wait, what's real and what isn't, right?
Yeah, man.
Really?
Yeah, his ability to describe the inner voice and what's happening as he experiences some of this stuff is just very well written, and yeah, it's great. I'm like halfway through it. I haven't finished, but it's awesome. Yeah.
Go ahead, Chase. Chase, you got a question?
Yeah, and if you hear my dogs going off, I apologize. So I kind of have, I guess it's more of a theory than a question per se, and it kind of pertains to, I think, what you're seeing, and it probably pertains to some. My guess would be, so I know recently you see the Senate or Congress, whichever one, was passing the burn pits recently, and that, my question is, it seems like they were burning bad stuff, and anyone who was throwing stuff in the fire is probably, I don't know if it would be like radioactive per se, or like, you know, like, but there's definitely damage, right, of some sort. And so it seems like whatever whatever these things are, my guess would be it's almost some sort of AI tracking system that wants you to be aware of it. And sorry, I was getting the dogs to calm down a little bit. I don't know if they will. But I think my question would be, what is sending this stuff kind of out, you know, that is tracking you? I don't buy that it's the US government per se. Just because, like, yeah, that would scare me more than if it was beings from elsewhere, you know, because like that means there's so many more other problems. So my question is, these beings are clearly different than some government, and yeah. So what are they tracking? Is my question.
Here's a question. Actually, I don't have an answer per se, but my thought is someone else approached it. I even talked about it. I think perhaps what you just talked about. I'm a burn pit veteran. I'm also a combat veteran with PTSD, abuse as a trauma. I think perhaps trauma is just like maybe in people who have some kind of trauma, they don't know. It's like a pulsing signal just saying, hey, look at me. And that's just my theory, just from going, I can't figure out why. I mean, maybe that could explain. It could be because of the amount of brain damage I have. They're interested. Yeah, there was a time when I say brain damage, no one would recognize me now. This event has changed me. But shit, it was only what, 2017. PTSD is, you wouldn't recognize me, man. I should have been dead so many times over. Fentanyl, it was bad. Then I had my experience and shit went crazy. I mean, I guess a good crazy. I'm still bad crazy, but you know what I mean.
Dude, you're good, bro. I think Jeffrey Kripal talks about some of that connection to trauma. I'm also interested in it. It seems like there's a pattern there in some way with it. I don't know if it leads you to a place of rejecting reality, right? And then that's what spawned this antenna going off or something. I have no idea. But it does seem that within literature, both in peer-reviewed stuff as well as just within talking to experiencers, that there's or listening to Jeff Kripal, that there's some connection there. I don't know what it is, but yeah, man.
Well, one of the things I've actually just applied for too, speaking of that trauma, is it's called Heroic Hearts Program. They fly you to South America, do CT. It's supposed to help out with PTSD, and I qualify for it. So I'm looking into doing that. A couple other things.
Dude,
Microdose himself quite a bit as well.
Just don't tell Ganga about it, bro. Come on.
I know. I was there last night. I was like, yeah.
No, but
yeah,
this is,
Ganga has his feel. I think it comes from religious doctrine, honestly.
No, it's all about open dialogue. He's entitled to his opinion. I think the pushback last night was just people being like, you can't tell other people what's up. You know, like if you knew everything,
Dude, I thought it was so funny.
Why are you looking into anything? Like I see him repost Gary Nolan stuff. It sounds like he knows what's up beyond that. So it's like, I guess my question would be, you know, like when we're talking about this stuff. I mean, we all went through this last night. Like I said, I like Ganga. He's funny. I think he adds a lot to the conversation. I like listening to him because it's so bizarre. It's like science fiction in a way, you know, not that it's even fake, but just that the way it sounds comes off kind of that way.
Well, he has answers. He's thought it through. So I don't take what he says as doctrine. It's just that he's thought it through so much that, like, there's an answer there. It's like if you ask J.R.R. Tolkien about, like, you know, why do the Elvish eat this? Like, he'd have an answer for you, and that's interesting. But, like, people they were cracking me up because they're like, you know, Ganga, like, be yourself, you know, but don't at the same time. It's like, all right. All right.
No, I think Ganga, honestly, I think these beings are kind of lying to him in a way, in that sense. Like it's easier to control if he's not taking these substances. And so like I think that would be my thought, you know.
Yeah, I mean, whatever. Let's keep it off that. I mean, he's not in here to speak for himself,
Well,
but you know.
but on that aspect, though, I was going to bring
Yeah,
up
I'd love
last
to
night.
go back.
What happens if let's say that medication brings you to normal? So what if you can't see them because your
That's what I was
brain's
saying.
missing that?
Well, that's what I was telling them last night about my
Yeah.
OCD. Like my mind was so entrapped in this mind loop that it's the only thing that broke me free. Not even regular conventional medicine did. And Tupac Cabra made a good point a couple times where it's like, how do you know that like, what was he saying? He was saying that like, um, people have positive experiences, which again I did. But then like, how do you know that what you're experiencing is the real thing too? Like somebody just said, you could be being lied to by whatever these things are. You could be misinterpreting them. I'm big into like cognitive bias, so I guess like my thing is always like I'm not when somebody says they have all the answers, I'm very weary of that because uh, I think we all should just be more honest with ourselves in that regard. And I think that that's like the biggest flaw in like UFO stuff and UAP Twitter and all that stuff is just like people just not being honest with themselves. Like we all want to believe, right? But then there's like a certain element of it. It's like how much of it are we projecting onto the situation? Um, and these things could be psychomimetic. You know, I talked about this before. It could be like a mirror, you know, into yourself. And maybe if Genga has had bad experiences, maybe he went in interpreting it or anticipating a bad experience. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, I like I said, I respect his opinions and stuff like that. I completely disagree with them, but you know, and there's other people in there. There's a vet that was pissed off that like left because it completely helped the one dude, was Corporal something or another, and he was like, you know, I've been part of these programs, like saved my life and stuff like that. So I think that there is an element like of like you do have a responsibility. Like that's why I don't ever talk about any like conspiracy stuff on our podcast because I feel like, you know, maybe there's real conspiracies out there, but if the wrong person gets a hold of that, it's like a serious rabbit hole that could like mess up somebody's life because they don't have the faculties to, you know, discuss those things without getting crazy over it, basically. So
Yeah, you're totally fair. I don't think anyone is been in any type of bad faith in talking about Ganga tonight. I did DM him to see if he wants to join this conversation, but I do think, like you're saying at the end there, that we might be best to speak to our own experiences, right? You know what I mean? And just like you're saying there, Mind Escape, and I appreciate your perspective there. In that, I did have a question for Nora, but I wanted Vet. Don't let me take over here, but I see Zim with his hand raised. But I did have a question for Nora.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, chill. I'll just go real quick then. I just wanted to know, like, and I just had when Nora presents her readings, definitely take her up on that. I had a great experience with her this last week, which was awesome. And so I just wanted to ask you, like, in the same way I asked Shane, if there had been any even dreams of entities or anything like that, when you're reaching out to whatever that is to draw that information for your readings, has there been any correlation with also any sort of poltergeist? Not to cast that as anything negative, but just maybe other that sensing other entities around you because of that in some way.
Like when I do readings for people, or just like in general?
Well, just in general, like because of that, have you gotten any knocking or
Oh yeah, for
something
sure.
shaking or just the presence of other spirits?
Like the more that I got like comfortable with like my I guess like spirituality, it's like it's kind of like when you see like a toddler walking, like they can walk, but like they're like really sloppy. It's like kind of like that, like with their energy. So I did have like a lot of random poltergeist experiences. Like I was like cleaning my son's room and he had like a little like horsey toy that you have to like press the ear for it to go off, and it would like go off like randomly. And it was just like I always kind of figured it was probably just me because of like my like state of mind. Like if I was like I'd be like rage cleaning or something, like random stuff would like happen, like a laundry basket would move or just like random tapping. And especially when I'm like trying to go to sleep at night, that's like my like hearing becomes like more like supersonic or something. It's like you hear everything in the house, but like during the day I'm like deaf. I don't know what's up with that, but yeah, I don't know. I've experienced all kinds of weird stuff. I think too, like when you're sorry if you guys hear me, I'm like swiffering right now. Cleanliness is godliness, right? Um, so yeah, I don't know. I just feel like the more you try to tap into your own consciousness, or um, even like with dreams, like I had one of my friends who's like a psychic medium, like a couple years ago, give me like a reading, and she told me to like tap in with my like ancestral like connection. And I told her that like I didn't really have like a lot of resources for that. And one of her suggestions was to like, oh, well, like just ask them to like show you in your dreams, like say like show me what your like spiritual practices are. And after like a while of like trying to do that, like it did happen. Like I did have like dreams about like weird like Moroccan tribal stuff. So yeah, I don't know. It's kind of just like what you put out there is like what you get.
All right, Robin. Oh, actually, who had their hand up first?
I think it was Zim,
Zim?
and then
Go ahead,
Robin.
Zim.
Yeah.
Did you have a question?
Hey, I just wanted to chime in and say I've been listening to a friend of mine who's had a lot of issues with psychiatry and stuff, and he started talking about some things he's seen and had like sort of psychic events, and he was talking about the people that it's like his doctor he was talking to. And he says, yeah, he says I should just ignore that stuff and all. But he was like asking if I, because he knows I've had some weird experiences, would verify it. And to me, I verified it. I said, I've always said it's like once you see some weird stuff, you got an eye for it. And I think it's a very natural thing to see things that are up there, out there, that you just weren't noticing before. But it's hard to I don't know. It's hard to share that. If as a veteran, I wanted to thank you for your service, and I'm hoping you get any help you would need from them burn piles, because I have a couple
Appreciate
friends
that.
that too. And that's what I just want to chime in. The idea that you see this stuff and that it's real, it's a big deal, but not if it's causing you a lot of stress and all too. Maybe it isn't about not seeing it. It's about figuring out what the focus of it is. What's the reason? You know what I mean?
That's
all
it right there.
for him. And I'm worried about my buddy because he's had all these other issues, and it's I don't know. I've been there. Good luck, man.
Oh, Robin, go ahead. Sorry, my mic was off.
Yeah, sure, no problem. So, Shane, I was listening. I was making dinner and eating while you were talking and sharing your story, and it sort of encouraged me to maybe share one of my own and reciprocate. So I'm 57 years old, and I've had a lot of various types of strange experiences in my life that I've noticed or paid attention to. A lot of them, some of them were sort of I guess you could say traumatic, so they're memories that stick with you, really through time, more than just average everyday stuff that you tend to forget. But they're all different types of stories, I mean, if I were to sit and write them all down someday, I'm sure that anybody who read it all would say I'm full of shit. If I read it, I would say I was full of shit, because it's all almost just too much to believe, but they're all real things that did happen and that I have clear memories of and can't explain. They range from UFO sightings, to ghost stories, to telepathy and, what is it called, precognitive dreams and things like that. And, all of them, it had me questioning, a couple of things. One, are these things all related somehow? Are they all underlying? Are they all the same underlying phenomena, underlying cause? That's one question that stands out to me still today, And the other is, are these things happening to everybody and everybody else is just not noticing them? Or are they actually happening to certain people, for some reason that I don't understand, I don't claim to have any knowledge of what any of it means or what, that there's any reason why I would be singled out to have these experiences. So I assume that they're probably happening to everybody, but most people brush them off or don't notice them or whatever, But mine started very early, so because of that, most of my life I was paying attention, and noticing these things, So I kind of lean towards that that's what it is. It's that, some people are paying attention more than others, rather than assuming that, some people have been singled out in some way, So I want to share with you the first incident that I experienced early in life, age 4. That was an odd thing that happened that stuck with me and my family throughout our lives. I talked to my mother, who's like 75 years old now. She still remembers the incident, and she still maintains her same position on what happened. But what happened was my family, when I was first born, we were living in one part of town. This is in Racine, Wisconsin, and we moved when I was about 3 years old to another house, and it was actually a building, a turn of the century building. It was once a store, so it had a storefront downstairs, and my dad had his TV repair shop down there, and then upstairs was an apartment where we lived, and these two, the upstairs and downstairs, the stairway between them was on the outside of the building, so you would go out from the back side of the building where the kitchen was. There was an entryway that went out to a stairway that went down to a landing where there was a door that went into the lower portion of the building. And that's where he had his repair shop. And so one odd thing about this entire thing I'm going to tell you about here is that it's literally my first memory. I don't have memories of living in the house we lived in prior to that. I don't have any memories of being alive prior to this, It's just like, because it was probably my first traumatic memory, it's the first thing that I remember, And I've been shown a lot of pictures of myself playing with my brother when I was, 2 years old and everything. And I'm like, no memory of that, And I always thought that was normal. And I think that for some people it is normal that you don't have memories, beyond 3 years old or something. A lot of people tell me, oh, no, I remember being 2. I remember being 1 and all this kind of stuff. I'm like, no, I have no memory of that. But anyway, what happened was this. The way I remember it, I was in bed, and a couple of balls of light came through the wall into the room, floating into the room. I was not scared of them or anything like that. I was like excited, to see them. I was happy to see them. And they flew over to me. And next thing I know, I was like sort of horizontal on my back, floating up to the ceiling, And I floated up to the ceiling, and then across the building, towards, past my mom and dad's bedroom and towards the kitchen area. I can remember having to I thought I was going to run into the wall, but I didn't. I went through it, And the next thing I remember is waking up in the morning. And in the morning, I woke up, I was in the downstairs of the building, locked into the room where my dad had his repair shop. Now, keep in mind, I'm like 4 years old. I don't know anything about, unlocking a door. I wasn't tall enough. The way that it worked on the downstairs, if you were to open the doorway that goes into the downstairs part, there was immediately a stairway there of 3 steps that went down to the floor. It had a high ceiling because it was a store, And at the bottom of those 3 steps, there was a trap door that goes into the basement underneath that. And when I woke up, I was in the downstairs. That trap door was open, and I didn't know how to get out. So I went to the door. I started pounding on the door, screaming and crying for my mom or dad to come let me out. And after a little while, I could hear my mom on the other side of the door, telling me to unlock it. And I was like, I didn't understand what I didn't know how to get out. So eventually they unlocked the door and got me out. And a big fight ensued, amongst my mom and my dad and my uncle who lived next door in the house next door to us. Big fight ensued, an argument over whose fault it was, how I got down there, who left the doors unlocked, blah, 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 all that kind of stuff. And, they said, I told them what happened, but they didn't believe me, of course. And they instead said I was sleepwalking, that I sleepwalked down there. Now, I have sleepwalked, a couple of times in my life I can remember, but I'm not like a sleepwalker, But they said I sleepwalked down there, and they wouldn't believe, the story I told them about how I got down there. I was like, I floated down there, And, they were trying to blame each other over who left the door unlocked and all that, and then they got into he couldn't have done it himself because he couldn't reach, and all this kind of stuff. And this is a story that went on in my
Robin,
family
that's
for
a great
a while
story.
afterward, that it would come up. It would come up again and again, over the years, about, remember the time that happened? And, I don't think it was ever really solved, how that happened, how did I end up down there? And recently, with all this UFO stuff going on, all these old memories started coming back. And I talked to my mom about it, and I was like, you remember when that happened? She's like, yeah, you guys were sleepwalking all the time. I'd find you sleeping in not me, but my brothers. She'd say, I'd find Scott sleeping in the bathroom, or, I'd wake up and he would be in another room, or, it was happening all the time. Now, my brother Scott is a sleepwalker.
Well, what are your thoughts about this, Robin? I mean, what's your takeaway here? What's your number one theory?
I really don't know what to make of it. Honestly, it's like,
right.
It's one of those things that is still disturbing to me today, even to talk about. Because
was there a weather event occurring at the time? Was there weather at the time?
I can tell you this: it was near Christmas, so it would have been winter time. I know that because when I woke up, I was on this blue velvet couch they had down there, and all the Christmas presents were piled up there, and the wrapping paper and everything. They were unwrapped. And so that was part of the big argument, when they let me out of the room, and they said that, my mom was saying I was sleepwalking. My dad was mad, saying that I had snuck down there to get a look at the Christmas presents. And I was like, I did not, I didn't even notice, or what anything. That was not on my mind at that point. You know what I mean?
Definitely winter time. Well, Robin, this is intriguing. I mean, like, the mystery still stands, is what you're saying. So, you've got a lot of these mysterious events, kids being moved around. I mean, I wonder if anybody has any theories. I want to get to Kent real quick, Robin, and then we'll get over to Nora and see if anybody has any thoughts on that. Thanks for sharing. Spooky stuff. Kent, right on, man.
Yeah, good morning, folks. I just wanted to give an opinion on the stories and stuff. One of the things I worry about when I hear the stories about I work with aliens and they tell us this and tell us that, is that a lot of people listening, not so much the people who are on the panel, but a lot of the people listening, one of the things I worry about is that people are so confused about the phenomenon. And then when they hear someone saying, that sounds very, a very detailed story and they're very comprehensive and they seem to have answers for all the different niches that we talk about. But the thing that worries me is that people fear this. People who have less confidence worry, oh shit, are aliens controlling my life without me even knowing? Or are these ultra terrestrials gonna, send me to hell if I don't do this and don't do that? And that's one of the things I worry about a bit. It's great to hear the stories and it's great to hear all the different experiences. And some of them are really detailed and convoluted and sound very comprehensive. But it's just my personal opinion and a caution that I recommend to everybody. Listen to it, understand it, try and get your head around what it means. But I might just suggest to people that we always remind them that it's a person's experience, it's individual to them, and that if we're worried about things controlling our lives, I think the most important thing is that we should keep in mind that we really do control our own lives and that we make the decisions that affect our future. And I think we should try and ground ourselves. It's just my opinion, but I think we should ground ourselves in, I'm a human being. I have a personality. I have my own emphasis to be here, and that's the most important thing. And I listen to this other stuff around me, and if I have experiences, I try and match that to the other ones I hear about to try and get some meaning. So, just for what it's worth, I just wanted to mention, I think all these stories are really interesting and important to hear, but we should just be aware that some of the people listening might get quite scared by them,
But some of this stuff is scary, Ken. Like, what's your answer to the idea that, like, you know, there are things happening that are not always positive, and like
Yeah,
there's some of this,
yeah,
even if you say, like, let's go removed from it a little bit, the bigger picture stuff. We're talking
yeah.
about paradigm shifting stuff. People are
Oh,
going to be
yeah,
faced. They're going to be faced
yeah.
with shifting paradigms, shifting consensuses on science and religion and stuff. So that could be
Well,
scary, and that's worth being.
like we discussed before, Sam. I think the answer to that is to have that international forum where we're getting all that information and we're putting it on like into categories and into experience realms, and we say, okay, these are all the things that we're seeing. And I know, mate, some of them are horrible experiences and people are really scared. But I think if we had a project where we're putting it all into a big collage, like your UFO project, your timeline, and if we had it so that people could go in and see all the different types of experiences, they'd know they're not alone. And they'd be able to compare their experience to others and say, okay, at least it's not just picking on me. You know what I mean?
For sure. For sure. I mean, there is so many, so much gradient, so much gray area here. And it can't really be one thing or another. But people's experiences are, I don't know how else to get around it. I mean, a lot of them are trauma based. Like, trauma doesn't come from positive, you know, interactions. Trauma is
Yeah, but
largely due to like negative interaction. So because of that, with one connective string right there, I wonder, like how
but
positive, but what's
by
what
by
is the
the same
overall vibe?
token, Sam, by the same token, though, mate, some of those experiences, some of the other ones, are really, really positive reinforcements for people that they see things that confirm what they believe in. So I think that might even be a little bit of the yin and yang as well, mate. That the people that are having really bad, it disturbs me that some people have these really bad experiences. I wish that we didn't have that, but we know it's true that people do. But I think we also have quite a lot of people that have really positive and good, like Chris Bledsoe and people like that. Their experience for them is super positive, and all it does for him is fill him full of love. So for me, that's a good thing,
That's like
whether it's
really
right or
traumatic
wrong.
for the
Sorry.
Bledsoe family at first. He talks about it all the time. There, he actually experienced a lot of trauma with his experience, even though it was positive. So it's a little bit of both. But like, yeah, this stuff can be scary, but you can't live your life in fear. You got to just keep living. You got to keep going on. Anxiety is the only thing that's gonna control or hurt you. Like what we see with these experiencers, one thing I've noticed is like positive or negative, like the people still came back and they're all still alive, right? So, like, obviously, as humans, we hold some kind of greater power that they can't completely kill or control us. So, you just got to keep, doing your thing. You can't let any of the anxiety or depression or the obsession about thinking of one event really get to you. And when you start to find yourself in that headspace, you need to kind of step out and do something different, like engage with something completely different, like a different topic or something you wouldn't normally do, just to, kind of resync yourself. And then I also had a question for Robin. Thank you so much for sharing your story. That was really cool. Um, the house that you lived in growing up, was it like a super old house with like any history, or like do you know anything about the property at all?
I only know that it was built around the turn of the century. It was a brick building. It's gone through many changes over the years. If you were to look at it on Google Earth today, you would see that there's now a deck on the back side of the building where the stairway used to be. You would see that the storefront that used to exist on the front is now just bricked across. That's not there anymore. The doorway used to have one of those kind of inset doors. So it's gone through changes over the years. It's been there probably since, like the early 1900s, I would guess. That's all I know about it. I also want to say that because Kent was talking about aliens or anything like that. I don't have any memory of any aliens in that experience at all. Just the light orbs and waking up where I woke up and no explanation for how I got there. I don't have any memory of any beings or any thing like that. And I didn't really know anything about aliens or anything at the time. I was only 4 years old. But I do remember this. I do remember that. Throughout the rest of my childhood, for some reason, whenever the story, my mom, would read, different, fables and stuff like that to us from a collection that we had of those older books. And I remember the Rumpelstiltskin story really freaked me out. I was like, Rumpelstiltskin was scary to me. Now, maybe that is, because, he was this weird being, like that. Or maybe it's just, maybe it's something to do with that event. Maybe it's nothing to do with that event. It's just that story is just plain scary for a little kid, But I don't have any scary memories of aliens. And in any of my experiences, I've never encountered a being, like you hear about in UFO lore or anything like that.
How has nobody made a horror movie?
Other weirder, more stranger experiences than that. To me, anyway, because to me, the idea that there's alien life seems like a given. I'm not freaked out by that. The stories that I have that I remember are other weird things that just they suggest that maybe we don't understand reality properly. That kind of stuff, which is even more frightening than there's alien life. So
how is there not a Rumpelstiltskin horror movie out there? That shit would be fucking unbelievable.
Yeah, Rumpelstiltskin scared the hell out of me as a kid. I don't know about the rest of you, but yeah.
I was more afraid of like Krueger and the Leprechaun in the Hood, but I do think there's some room for a Rumpelstiltskin horror movie for
Did
sure.
you just say Leprechaun in the Hood?
For sure.
Leprechaun in the Hood.
Yep.
Or Tales from the Hood. Have you ever seen Tales from the Hood?
Don't forget this story I just told you. This happened back in like 1968. So I don't know if there was a lot of Freddy Krueger movies around back then.
I don't think so. I think the first one was with Johnny Depp. That was his first flick. Heads up, all you Johnny Depp fans, all three of you. And so it was a wild ride. I think 85. But yeah, the Rumpelstiltskin, that kind of stuff is like super dope. I like when they take these old tales and they spin them or make them like really graphic. And I think that's kind of like true to the original or to the origin of some of these stories too. So, but yeah, like Robin, this is really, really. I knew people were gonna have questions for you, dude. Thank you so much for sharing. And please stick around. There's gonna be some more. I bet. I think it was Chase and then Ganga.
I think it was Ganga and then Chase.
Sick. All right, Ganga, you're up. It's not bad. Swing and a miss.
I love skipping the line. Hi. Thanks, Chase. I don't consider the Chris Bledsoe or Ryan Bledsoe story to be a positive encounter case. I don't know everything about the case, but I know some of it, and it doesn't sound to me like it's a positive case. It just sounds to me like a case where someone non-human is just screwing around with a family and presenting itself very lightly under a veil of being something else that it's not. So if that's a positive encounter case, I'm scratching my head here.
Well, wait. Bledsoe was healed from this thing. He had a pretty wild case of Crohn's disease, and that's out. And I guess he had a bad attitude too, because he got some bad business deals. So, like, he kind of came out of it on top, I think.
I remember they slashed their dog. It started bleeding.
Yeah,
and
but
they put it together, and he thought it was. he thought that was a positive thing. So just because
Well,
they
it
healed
healed. It healed. Like the dog was covered. I don't know if there was an open wound or not. I'm trying to remember what they saw. But when he went to he put the towel on it, and then when he took it off, the thing was healed up. James Cameron, he wishes. Grant Cameron was there. He said he got blood on his jeans. So,
Sorry,
okay, so
sorry.
I do think that it's a positive. I think that the Bledsoe case is a positive. I just think that and I'm just going off of what I think here, right? It would appear that there are things you can do to heal yourself, and that those things involve multiple layer experiences, symbolic gestures, a lot of different actions and things. And it seems that it worked. Now, I don't have any evidence of this other than this one case, and relating it to other things. But I do think it was a complex, weird process, and in the end, he was kind of healed from it. His son's got a cool podcast. I don't know. Maybe his other son, Chris Bledsoe Jr., to be honest, net negative on his part. He's not enjoying it at all. It seems like that, he's still processing the experience. And I don't think he got healed from anything. You know what I mean? So maybe he's still yet to come around or whatever. Like I said, there's some net negative there. So
it seems like their stories evolve too, because I remember it initially sounded very paranormal, and then the son that's on Twitter, I don't know his name or whatever, I remember started talking about some pretty controversial ideas about ancient Egypt that even controversial people would probably have a problem with. So it's then he started to evolve. Now you see some sort of evolution of him being into the esoteric stuff. So I don't, again, with these answers and people getting knowledge or whatever, if these people are still trying to figure out what this lady thing was, or they're evolving their own philosophies and esoteric knowledge stuff and all that, how much of the experience gave them some sort of additional info? Do you know what I'm saying? So it's from, even if you are an experiencer, it doesn't necessarily equal knowledge or answers, right?
Are you speaking to Ryan's knowledge about stuff, or what he's claiming to know?
Yeah, I kind of had a problem early on. It seems like he's evolved it a bit, but
well, he's
yeah.
I know what you're talking about. I think he's just a young kid with going through that stage of online personality, ego, whatever. He thinks he's fighting. He's on he's fighting he's not fighting the CIA, but he's in direct conflict with some 3-letter agencies, and he's trying to flex his muscle as best as he can, or the way he wants to. And it's kind of annoying at times, but he knows. I think he knows what he's doing. I just think that he's just a young kid, and he's growing into whatever. But young kid online, dad's kind of a big shot, big deal with these government things. You're into UFO Twitter, ufology, and your dad's one of the bigger names in there, and he's just going to be yapping. But
no, I get what you're saying. I guess my point was more of the fact that he points to what you're saying is these people are in these groups and they study these esoteric things, but then the things he says aren't even real truth or real knowledge if you study those subjects. So it's if he's being told that by those people, either they don't know what they're talking about, or he doesn't know what he's talking about, or maybe he misheard. I guess that's what I'm saying.
Maybe have you considered the option that maybe your knowledge might be fractured or missing some pieces?
I know what I don't know, bro. I'll admit when I'm wrong, or I could be wrong, or whatever. But I've read so many books, and just the way that these gods and the pantheon of gods is discussed, there's so much information left out and misinterpreted that if you've done your homework, which I have, I'll debate anybody. If somebody wants to debate me on one of the topics I regularly discuss, I'd be happy to debate in a open dialogue, nice kind of way. But yeah, I know what I don't know. So if I don't know something, I'm not going to speak to it. But if I know something and I hear something that doesn't line up, I'm going to say something.
Well, to jump off that, whenever Jim Simovan was on Engaging the Phenomenon, and he's talking about the lady and how
Like you look at Fatima or at Lourdes or was it Juan Diego or Chris Bledsoe? They're seeing this lady, and when you have allegedly, um, if you watch, was it I think Vinny Adams' podcast about, I think he even makes the allegations that Timothy Taylor took it to Camp David to talk about it, and Jim Simivan says that there's times when the lady shows up, and there's the things. If you listen to that 2 hour, or I think it's about 2 hour podcast with McGuire, Science Bob, and Chris Bledsoe, where Chris Bledsoe's explaining himself. I mean, he said some things that if there was some serious funny business going on with him, I mean, it was pretty serious. And they took it to, they took it allegedly all the way up. And so if Jim Simivan thinks that it was pretty serious, and if Obama allegedly was getting briefed by Timothy Taylor at Camp David about UFOs and the phenomenon and what was going on with that stuff, then some people took it pretty serious.
Yeah, I mean, I was just speaking to like the ancient and esoteric stuff. I'm not like, I don't know everything, but I've read probably 100 books on ancient Egypt and ancient Sumer alone. So it's like, if somebody wants to have a conversation, let's have a conversation. But to say that this is the lady or this is this ancient goddess, and this because like I don't know, there's just some stuff that wasn't lining up in terms of information wise. I could be wrong, but it just kind of a red flag in terms of like the way these things are being discussed.
Right on. I mean, you got to use your own discernment, right? But I think it's only right to question when anyone says they know what this ghostly figure is and that it ties back to like some ancient thing. Like, you better double check, triple check that shit. So like, glad to have you here, Mike. Glad to have that, you know what I mean? That reality check on some of these claims is so important. You know what I mean? I say this, though. This is my perspective on it. No matter how many books I want to read on any topic, if there are high government people, intelligence people, who are interested in the same thing, they have more access than I do. And sometimes books are written on theories, and it takes a long time for those to get rewritten, a long time for those to catch up to the science. So like,
I have a question for you.
I'm just saying, like, so like they might be the more right up against it. They might be privy to like a lot more information before it needs to get printed off or whatever. Even let's just say a discovery, an ancient discovery, in Antarctica, they find something, it's proof of something. Let's just say it's a ancient settlement of something, and it proves that we were wrong about something or whatever, right? Before that got out to all the books, I mean, they might know about it, and then they might be, that might spread within the inner circles before it gets out.
So here's what I'm going to say. So you're saying that now the government knows more about ancient civilizations than current academics that are studying those things in the field?
Yeah,
and that
100%. I'm saying that anyone in the government would have more access than any civilian to information that's up to date. And so, like, like I read Chariots of the Gods. I don't know when it was written, but it was a long time ago. My dad wrote it. That information takes a while to like get caught up, and then there's challenges and yada yada, goes back and forth. And so by definition, we're not going to get the up to date stuff until it filters down and the author writes about it, right? Like, but it doesn't. A CIA officer, an intelligence officer who hears something from the grapevine about a new discovery or a new system of measurement, they don't have to wait for it to get printed before, and then published and then yada 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 before they get it. They could get it a year, 6 months, 2 years, 10 years in advance before a lot of us would really get it. And that would just be like for any topic. I'm not specifically talking about ancient history or chemistry, but yes, all those things, right? Like I would imagine Hal Puthoff, for instance, has a lot more information about plasma and the
Yeah,
energy.
but again, we're all just people. So who are they getting their information? Do they have better archaeologists than the archaeologists that are out there? I guess this is where do we draw the line with what the government actually does know? Because I'm under the assumption that they're just other people like us that
See,
maybe.
I work under the assumption under just what I can prove to myself and know. So like one thing Kent was mentioning earlier was he has a hard time really buying into all these beings and all these different types. And I'm quite the opposite. I'm quite open to different thought processes. It makes honestly what convinces me that we need to take this stuff a little bit more seriously and start actually trying to discern what different kinds of beings we're seeing is because clearly there's something here, whether that's future human or other. There's some sort of intelligence that is not our current species. And so it seems like even if it was future human, that they'd probably evolve to a certain extent or have problems and et cetera, et cetera. So what I'm curious about is, like, how do we forget the government, because I don't think they're going to tell us anything. How do we go about actually finding this out for ourselves?
Can I just respond there to that before we move on, if you don't mind, Jared and Shane? It's not that I don't believe there's multiple beings. I do. I think there's a broad spectrum of them. What I'm saying is that we shouldn't take any one of those experiences gospel, that that's the one and only way, and they're the ones who are ruling or guiding us or doing their. What I'm saying is, if we're seeing archetypes or if we're seeing commonalities that seem to be very similar, but everybody takes a different spin on what they're seeing, then if we put them up on a mosaic and said, okay, these are all the lady sightings, these are all the checkered flawed sightings, these are all the sightings of the thin man or the dark man, then we could say, okay, here's all the lady sightings, right? Let's break them down. Let's see what commonalities there are there and see what it means. Or can we take a common theme out of all the lady sightings? Can we take a common theme out of all the lucid checker floor sightings, that sort of thing? My point being, we don't take any one sighting as, like Chris Bledsoe, his experiences. We don't just say that's the one and only way. We put that on the mosaic and we say, okay, that's his experience. That's what he's got out of it. Let's have a look at that and compare it to others and see what we can get out of all of them. That's sort of the point I was trying to make, Chase.
Right on. Well, guys, we got.
I
some
just want to make
up.
the point too. I don't disbelieve their experiences too. I just want to point that out. I just had a problem with the way they were talking about some of the more esoteric and ancient connections. That was all.
All right.
Let me piggyback real quick.
Go ahead, Shannon. I think the hands that were up in the order. I want to get back to
real quick. I was just going to say, it sounds to me like Mindscape, Mike. Like for me, it almost feels like they're using our past, the things we believe, like the ancient gods. Like Ballet says, it's just manipulation, a control system. So I think all experiences are going to be different, and they're going to vary so much, and that's the reason it's going to be hard to believe. But go ahead, whoever.
All right, I think the guy who is next is actually Ganga this time, and then we'll get to Lucius, Robin, and Thoreau.
I'm not sure that's accurate, but I'll take it.
You know what? We're just shooting from the hip.
We'll wing it. I'll be quick. For me, I don't see anything special about Chris Bledsoe or his son. As far as I can tell, they're just mainline types of contactees and experiencers. They don't have any unique characteristics that I can tell. The only thing that stands out about their case is that they appear to have some kind of relationship or access to an ultra-terrestrial. That's about it. So if the government is interested, it's probably because it's really hard to gain access to that type of entity. And maybe that's why they're really interested in that case, and they keep floating around like bees, just watching everything around that property and documenting it and trying to figure out what are they up to. Because if that ultra-terrestrial's there, there's something it's up to.
I love that spooky shit. That's a very good suspicion, honestly. Yeah, yeah, they have access to an ultra terrestrial, but I think that why not? Let's run with it. Let's run with it. What would that look like? What would they be able to do? You know, what would they be would they be getting the what's the word? The attention they've gotten from the agencies they've gotten? I think so. I think so. Could this experience that Bledsoe went through have been not a healing experience, but an initiatory experience that primed him for this type of connection, this type of communication? Uh, Dope. And if so, to Mike's point, the accuracy of this information is always going to be a little goofy, right? They're always lying about something, and they'll give you enough information. And when I say they, I am talking about aliens. They seem to be giving you enough information, right, to like hang yourself, to eventually just say something that gets you all caught up. Um, pretty pretty dope. like like the one thing you can say, if you ever, my advice is like, don't trust these dudes, right? These aliens. You find yourself up against it, you're talking to one, and you're like, all right, you know, don't go camping with it. Let's get over to Alexi, and then we'll get up to Thoreau.
Right on. Yeah, thanks for hosting the space, guys. Awesome to hang out again another night. But I wanted to I made a post maybe yesterday or the day before, and the post was really simple. It was like, does reading a book on ninjutsu make you a ninja? So I guess the point that I'm trying to make is like, having read a bunch of books is really, really good. It's really useful. But to really know how to do something, you need to actually practice it in the field. So, like, I mean, I graduated with a master's in engineering. That doesn't make me an engineer. An engineer is the person who actually goes out there and builds stuff and does it, Just wanted to bring that point up. But then to go off of what Gango was saying, like about how Bledsoe could potentially have access to a special type of ultra-terrestrial. Hey, man, the way I see it is we are the fluid of time for denser creations. And if it's an ultra-terrestrial, it could be his personal ultra-terrestrial. So yeah, it might be like a special case there. Kind of cool.
Oh, dude, that's super cool. That is super cool. His own access to it, to his own, right? Maybe the ultra-terrestrial is that higher self.
Yeah, I mean, it circles back to the idea of a tulpa creation, which is like ancient mysticism in a way. It's like spirits or genies that you manifest yourself from your own stillness. So, like, maybe he's got access to a special one.
That'd be really cool. Let's go over to Thoreau. That's a good idea, by the way, Alexi.
Yeah, I like
What
that,
up?
and I kind of want to talk about it a little bit. Yeah, what's up, guys? Thanks for having this space, guys and gals too. There's some ladies in here. What's up? Yeah, so I think a couple things. One thing, personal ultra-terrestrial. It's a lot like a similar concept of guardian angel, right? An angel would be an ultra-terrestrial by any definition. Or, the ancestors who have ascended, right? They are looking down at their family members. Sounds a lot like another version of guardian angels, right? Or personal ultra-terrestrials. I think of it like scientists, right? And I am their dedicated subject, right? And they have a vested interest in my well-being. And so they are invested in helping, right? Or something. Yeah, there's a lot of different interesting thoughts I think that you can play with on that concept. But on the topic of the Bledsoes and all that, I think somebody mentioned earlier, be skeptical about a lot of things, right? Or you hear people talking about their experiences with crazy out there experiences. The simple kind of fact is we all have a piece of the puzzle, and nobody has the entire piece of the entire puzzle. Nobody, not the U.S. government, not even the ultra-terrestrials and extraterrestrials themselves, right? They are likely still discovering the cosmos. We have this concept of an unknowable God, right? But at some point, it just becomes semantics. An unknowable, ever-expanding universe, constantly in flux, right? There's always more to learn, right? I doubt they've explored the whole cosmic universe, so they have plenty more to learn as well. So I think that when we apply that kind of lesson across the spectrum of experience, I think it starts to help everything fall in place a little bit better. Because at that point you can say it's a lot easier to not get riled by the people who say they have all the answers, right? Or when you realize that everybody's just got a little piece of things, it just makes things a lot easier, and it makes it easier to talk about the topic as well. So yeah, I was just thinking some of that stuff and wanted to share.
Dude, are you coming? Are you talking straight from the jungle, dude? I hear like monkeys and shit in your background.
Man, there's crickets. I got frogs that's living in my swimming pool. I got it's it's pretty wild out here. I got mosquitoes too.
Hell yeah. I was thinking the same thing. I was like, dude, I thought you like lived on like the East Coast or something. Like, it sounds like you're straight up not
we
in
do
the
have
like.
Yeah, we do have the biggest lot in the neighborhood, and there's lots of trees here, so it is kind of jungly.
Dude,
We've
that's
got
awesome.
like a bunch of ivy and shit. It is a cool backyard, but yes, it's there's some frogs that are particularly loud.
Frogs and macaques and spider monkeys, scarlet
Well,
macaques.
hey, Thoreau, you made me think of something. When you were talking about how these ultra terrestrials could possibly be like, higher selves or whatever, the point that Jim Simovan made was that it was the lady and his description and the other things that were going on, that Jungian archetype caught their attention, he said. And so I started going back and looking at, these. I went to the Vatican, and you go read like the one of the children that saw the lady at Fatima, the Marian type apparition, or it could have been Hathor or whatever. But you start looking at these things. I mean, they were calling, like, whenever the lady was seen, and she's calling out bringing Russia to Jesus, or bringing Russia into the to stop the atheism or whatever. And they didn't unseal that third secret until 1960 something, after the Pope was shot. And if you read the actual Vatican letter, or the letters, that's some pretty powerful stuff, though. I'll just say that it made me do a discount double check on that one.
Dude, I've been reading some of those Marian apparitions about some of that stuff. Diana Pasulka talks about them a lot, and they're crazy. But yeah, it's interesting because a lot of those things, when they appear, they cause either good or bad, right? Two of those kids died like soon after that apparition, now, and or something like that, right? Sometimes bad things happen even when these supposedly benevolent beings show up, and so yeah, kind of like somebody else was saying earlier, skeptical about when they hear the stories. We just don't know, and the breadth of experience is so vast that, like, we got to be ready for potentially scary shit. But yeah.
I like when it gets spooky. I don't know how else to say it. I mean, it's almost fall. We're getting close to it. Things are going to get a little more spooky. We should just get prepared. Ganga, go ahead.
Man, I hope fall comes around because God, it's hot. I was gonna say, to me, that case, the Bledsoe case, doesn't sound like anything particularly unique. The son is constantly dissembling online. He's always putting together, let me be nice about it, crackpot ideas.
But Simovan said that kids aren't the adult. Like, you can't judge Chris Bledsoe based off of his child.
Well, that's true. But if they healed him, there had to be a reason. There's always a trade. You know, it's got to be a give and take. If either it was so incredibly easy for them to do that it didn't cost them anything, or they did it in return for something else. I'm pretty sure that case has plenty of background stories that we will never find out because there's just too many things going on to be a coincidence. You got an ultra terrestrial, at least I think so. I'm making that claim. You've got a family who's constantly being visited or was being visited constantly. You don't see any real specialized knowledge being imparted, at least that I can tell. Um, I see that the blender artifacts, that basically some contactees, they're in the middle of a tornado, like a blender, and events happen all around them, and they don't know what it is, and then they make up their own conclusions as to what it might mean or anything. And in the meantime, they just make up some weird theories and they post them online, and God knows where they lead. And years later, the entities pack up and they just leave, and they return to being normal people, except with a bad story. Um, that's how my cynical self sees it. If the CIA and the other groups are interested in their case, it's probably for more reasons than the family. I mean, if they had access to an ultra terrestrial on a regular basis, I would be buddies with Chris Bledsoe and his sons, and I'd be constantly visiting that place, and I'd be constantly talking to them and keeping a good formal relations with them, and constantly investigating their farm and trying to make contact with whatever it is that they're interested in.
Same. Uh, Same. Interesting take. I think it might be Kent and then David.
Yeah, just on the Bledsoe and the Lady Fatima stuff. My question I wanted to ask, because I've been trying to find out more about it, but it's hard to. When Semivan was talking about the Lady Fatima sighting, he said that, and please, I don't want to be controversial. I'm asking a question, not making a statement. What Semivan said was that the being that appeared was blonde-haired and blue-eyed, and that apparently the children themselves never said it was a religious experience. In fact, he said that they were frightened of it to some degree, and that apparently it was the church that put the Lady Fatima and it was, Mary Mother, whatever. I'm just interested to hear people's opinions on that, because I've always been told it was a religious apparition and that everyone agreed it was the Virgin Mary. And then when I heard Semivan's interview, that was the first time I'd heard that other story where it was just a being, and it was a blonde with blue eyes, and that she was beautiful, and that was why they called her the lady. And I heard that was why they're linking that type of archetypal experience to Bledsoe and a few other experiences. And I just wondered what people thought about that. Is it true that it wasn't actually said by the children to be a religious experience? They just said it was a being. I'm just interested to know. That's all.
That's a good question. I'm not familiar enough with the deep details, and I know that there are deep details that people really do know. So I don't want to misspeak, but I do know that from what I do know, is that there was a dispute on what people were seeing and how people phrased it. So there's there's a lot of people who went to these larger events, and some of them were seeing different things than was being reported by other people, and for sure. Right.
That's kind of what Gary Nolan was talking about, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mick West is trying to disprove.
I think that's accurate. Okay, so let's get over to David. David, welcome to the space, man.
Hey, man, how's it going? You guys doing good?
Oh yeah. How you doing?
Yep, doing well.
Heck yeah.
Right on. To my understanding, I thought Chris Bledsoe had seen a Tic Tac, or a Tic Tac had been, well, I hate using that term, but it had been like in close proximity, and that, along with whatever else was going on there is what kind of initially turned people on to that case. But I'm not entirely sure. But my wife and I had dinner with Bob McGuire and a few other people. And Bob's really good friends with Chris. And apparently a lot of what happened out here happened out there at Chris's. And so, Bob wants to come out here with his quote unquote toys to hunt these things down and see if I can't draw them out again, which I'm not super hyped on because nobody has to believe me, but and my experience isn't negative. It was just, I've talked to Ganga a lot about it, and he knows some details. It's just iffy. So there's a part of my brain that's going like, are the Bledsoes getting abducted like on a regular basis and they're just letting it happen because they think it's a good thing? I don't know. Like, I have no idea. I think not a lot of people know absolutely. I think that, you have experiencer testimony, you have military witness testimony, you've got channelers, you've got remote viewers, and people are trying to put it together, but nobody really has a firm grasp on what it is. And I think that there are indications that some of these beings can present themselves as something they are not. I don't know if that's something they're doing, like shape-shifting around, or if they're altering your perception, but that's definitely something that's come up more than once. And I try not to take issue with other experiencers because I feel like I hope that this will eventually come to experiencers. Like, experiencers are going to be like the ambassadors between whatever's in the craft and us. And I don't think anybody's ready for that because, I was listening to Joe Rogan's interview with Jeremy Corbell today, and they got to a point where they started talking about experiencers, and they kind of rolled their eyes a little bit. And I'm just like, people just aren't ready. Like, they want to talk about the UFOs, and it's so fascinating. But once you start talking about, oh, yeah, I saw that same shaped craft, and I saw what's in it, people just have a brain fart, and they can't wrap their head around it at all. So I don't know, but something tells me that if it gets to experiencers, like in a public way, the Bledsoes may well be used as like a front facing experiencer group. But ultimately, I don't think anybody knows what's going on. I know I've had experiences with a female entity. John Ramirez has had experiences with a female entity. Ganga has had. So has Tupa, to my understanding. So I don't know where the line is between Lady Fatima, I don't know how to pronounce it, and a gray that's posing as a woman. I don't know. Nobody really knows. I don't think, and someone can educate me on that. But I mean,
well,
the whole
Fatima is the place. The lady's name wasn't Fatima. Fatima was in Portugal.
Okay, well, and I'm not familiar with that, but I do know that female presences, and I know that Dorothy Azat also encountered a female presence, and I have talked to several others who have. So it's something that like is reoccurring. And I don't quite understand that entirely, but my issue with the Bledsoes is that I was, well, not directly, but kind of inadvertently accused of like propagating fear porn and or being some kind of operative trying to propagate a fear narrative because I was in communication with these beings. You don't have to believe me. I asked them to leave. I straight up said quit, and they literally went behind my back and kept coming. And I'm not okay with that. And I mean, maybe it's for some higher purpose that I don't understand, but I am in the camp of testing these things. Ask them what they're doing, press them for answers, because otherwise I think they'll just give you half truths, half answers, and do God knows what to you. And like Ganga said, just pack up and leave, and you're high and dry. I'll shut
Have
up.
you found any techniques that like work and don't work for like making them go away?
Hold on just a second. My daughter just walked outside, and I'm not fully comfortable having this conversation in front of her. Can you go back in, sweetie? I'm fine. What? Yeah. I love you. Okay. So, yeah, I think, back to what Carla Turner says, I really resonate with Carla Turner. But she said that you have to face it down. You have to overcome the fear of it, and you have to face it down. You have to look at it, and you have to, stand your ground pretty much. I think that there's something to be said about their ability and about their technology, and you are an ant. These things are quote unquote gods. And there's not a lot you can do, but I do think that there is something to be said metaphysically about kind of standing your ground and just being like, no, just stop. And, I am one of these people that did threaten to kill them. I mean, I'll flat out say it, because it just got to a point where I knew that they were coming for my kids and coming for my wife and coming for me, and they would not stop. And they were like, oh, it's for a good purpose. And I was like, well, what's the purpose? Well, we can't tell you. It's coming. Just hang on tight. And it was just this kind of like round and round kind of thing. And eventually it stopped. And I've done a couple of interviews, and I can send you a link in a DM, and I go into more detail about how I made it stop. And unfortunately, it does have a lot to do with, like, quote unquote, raising your vibration and all that crap.
Well, have you heard about the trickster? I mean, the trickster, I've heard this multiple times, that, when you deal with some of these things, they, like I think Tupac said earlier, they'll give you some truth, but then they'll mix some stuff. I mean, I don't know what they were exactly doing with you. But
I don't either, and that's one thing that I always kind of like hiccup when people say what they're doing that typically comes from regressions. And to my understanding, regression is, I don't trust it 100%. I've not had a regression. I remember things consciously, and I talked with Melinda Leslie, I think is her name, and about dreams. And she was like, well, we take 50-50 on the dreams, because half of it is your subconscious just regurgitating stuff. And the other half of it, there's patterns. So, there is some relation to, like, I forgot what you're saying, to what actually consciously occurs and what doesn't occur. Trickster. And so it's like and again, like, I question my own sanity when I say this, but like, you ask them, and it's always like, well, they give you like half the answer. Like, if I asked Tupa, like, what color shirt do you have on? He said, well, it's not orange. It's like, well, okay. You know what I mean? Like, it's just not, they're not entirely forthcoming, and it's definitely a one-sided thing for me. I mean, in my experience, and this is not everybody. I know that other people, I'm just speaking for me, and my own experience. I don't want to put words in other people's mouths.
Same.
Guys, could I jump in and just offer a thought on that, if you don't mind? Because I was waiting anyway. But on the experiencer thing and how individual it is, if you don't mind me saying, I think that's one of the problems, is because it's so individual. And the analogy I try to use is, if you can imagine a foam ball pin cushion with hundreds of pins sticking in the foam ball. We're trying to describe the ball without encompassing all of the different pins that are sticking in it at the time. And I think the ball is the general consensus, and the pins are the individual experiences. And because they're so unique, and because we're not putting a mosaic up to try and comprehend them in a commonality, I think that's one of the reasons why, especially the really strong individual experiences, are skewing the information, not intentionally, but because they have such a strong experience, like the Bledsoes, and I believe you've had a fairly strong experience, well, David, because those experiences are so profound. It's like some of the sightings I've had as well. They reinforce a belief in you, or they'll either make you believe something or disbelieve something. And I think until we can sort of put that in a bigger picture and say, okay, it means this to this person, but it doesn't mean that to that person. Once we can sort of see through that haze a bit better, I think we'll start to understand the real implications. But one of the commonalities, and I'll be quiet in a second, one of the commonalities does seem to be if you do the right thing by your fellow beings, it's a good thing and there's a reward for it. I'd just like someone's opinion on that, if you don't mind.
I think that you're right to an extent, that if you do good things, I mean, there's a serious benefit to doing what you're supposed to do or what you feel you're supposed to do. It's rewarding on pretty much all levels you can imagine, in my opinion. But just to answer the tail end of what you were talking about, Kent, and Jared, I mean, I have no idea who is next.
How's it going?
It sounds like Alexi's next. There we go.
Yeah, right on. I wanted to just add to kind of just go off what Kent was saying. I mean, as far as like, there's a reward. And from my experiences, right? We all have our own lives and experiences. From my experience, the reward is a laminar flow. Like, you don't get stuck into a spiral of delusion where you go through a lot of anxiety and depression. So it's like a laminar flow. Things are good. But I wanted to add to that too, that say like, experiencers are key to the whole like disclosure movement, but at the same time, the objective perspective is also key, right? Because what an experience is only like individual, obviously, and it's for your lifetime, but the objective narrative of the collection of experiences, it's important to study those and see what the ultimate driving nature is, right? Like, because like Dr. Nolan was saying, like, someone might see a star, someone might see like a little point. It might be different to everybody. So in a way, we're almost compartmentalized to where we all only have our own experiences, but there might be some bigger driving mission going on in a way. And then as far as like removing hitchhikers, I know David mentioned something about that. From what I've seen, the denser beings are essentially like the tulpas, right? Our own personal ultra-terrestrials, guardian angels, or in a way, maybe demons. When you connect with the bigger flows of reality, like the sun and the moon, you get rid of hitchhikers. That's just from my experience. That's just what I would recommend to people. But yeah, just wanted to touch on that for a second there. So yeah, thanks for letting me.
Hell yeah. All right, Alexi, that was dope. Hitchhikers and shit gonna be a real problem, I think. So it's good to have some, good takes on that, and it's personal. You know what I mean? Like, some of this stuff is just an expression the world is making based on what's happening inside your body, or your mind, inside of you, not your body, but inside of you, in your inner experience, in my opinion. All right, so we got a new guy in the room. We got Jackson. I'm going to go over to him, and then we're going to bounce to David, and then back to Ganga. I probably got that backwards, but you know what I mean? We're just winging it right now. Go ahead, Jackson. Welcome to the space.
Thanks, Tupa. I was just going to ask something that David was saying a minute ago about my ears perked up. I was just, as a listener, my ears perked up when he said something about some multiple people having an experience with a lady, a sexy time experience. And I don't know if I've had one exactly, but I've had a few very intense sexy time dreams, that ended a certain way. And based on some stuff I'm reading, I don't know, my mind keeps going back there, like how common that might be. Sorry if it's crude.
As long as you don't say sexy time dreams again, we're good. We're good for life.
I may or may not be able to do that.
Well, I think what he's talking about is a succubus. I mean, Valet, Valet talked about it in, was it one of his books? Or maybe it was an article I read. But no, I mean, there is something that, I think, what did Simivan say in some of these things? It was like, oh, man, I'll tell you, that was a great podcast to listen to if you haven't. But yeah, no, a succubus, that is what you're talking about. If it is a demon or something or an ultra terrestrial or whatever we're calling it nowadays. But no, but not to laugh at you, Jackson. I mean, if you're really experiencing something like that, I mean, that's some pretty harsh nightmares. Or
let me be clear
depends on
too. I
what
think
she
they were
looks
laughing
like.
at the term "sexy time dreams." That's it, not the
No, yeah,
experience.
yeah.
Yeah, you go ahead and tell about those dreams all you want. Just let's use something besides sexy time.
Oh,
No,
I was just fucking with you. You can
I
call
know.
whatever
Yeah,
you
yeah,
want. You weren't being crude. That's good. You know what I mean? You were tiptoeing around
yeah.
it, which is appreciated by everybody, I'm sure.
No, yeah, it's interesting though. My experiences overall have not been negative. I've had a lot of intense ones, and I just mean all my experiences like in the last year. I've only really had positive experiences. They've only been negative in the sense that they've been painful to walk through, you know. So like I haven't really felt, I read about and I hear about these experiences where they feel like an intense, overwhelming sense of fear, like dread or and I haven't ever felt that. I've never had any experiences like that personally.
Is it always the same one, or is it like different each time?
The energy is the same for sure, but like the visual part of my dream is just like blacked out. I've always had pretty intense dreams visually and just all around. But these, like, it's just, I can remember that it happened, and maybe there's like one I have like a flash, like mental image from, but the rest are just like blanked out.
Right on. I just
Yeah, I don't have any answers, honestly. But I remember back in the day, one dream I had was like really fearful. It was like it was like right before. Is that kind of what you're talking about? I don't know what a Matt was going on about a succubi or whatever.
Oh no, it was. I think the actual nomenclature is a nocturnal emission.
all right. That's it.
Sorry,
That's
I
the
mean it's
technical
true,
term.
but yeah.
That's the technical term. But I think the succubus isn't referring to the act. You know what? Terminology aside, I think there was just some semantics involved there. But it's interesting that some of these dreams are so intense, and it always struck me as weird that like there's so many fluids involved in some of these abduction cases, whether it be blood samples, ovum, spinal fluid, all kinds of weird stuff. It's like, is this witchcraft? Is this science? Is this what is it? But Jackson, we're going to bounce over to David and then to Ganga. Maybe they got some answers for you. David and Ganga, you guys, I like that you guys speak outside of the room. I like you guys are seemingly on the same page. And cool to have you guys here back to back. David, go ahead.
I just, I don't think anybody has any definitive answers. I think it ends up being you just kind of have to look for patterns, and if you get enough repeating report, you kind of have to put a pin in it and be like, I guess there's something there. As far as all these encounters with female entities, all I'll say is awake and sober and conscious and aware. I saw a lot of craft, and I saw a gray, and my wife also saw multiple grays, and craft, and my daughter saw craft, and my other daughter saw gray, and then my son, I had some strange experiences, and that was all conscious and awake. The interactions with the woman were like in these weird recalled flashes in my mind, and I don't put a tremendous amount of stake in it until I came to UFO Twitter and started opening up about it, and people were like, "Oh, you too? Blue skin? Yeah. Oh yeah, me too." And I was like, "Holy shit!" So there was a flash in my mind of being mounted, but I don't put a lot of stock into it. But that female in particular was blue, and she seemed to be in charge of the operation. Whatever was going on here, she was overseeing it, and the Greys were just working. But again, I don't put a lot of stake into it. And as far as the succubus theory, I mean, it may well be that whatever was going on back then, they just called it a succubus, and now we're calling it whatever, and it's the same thing. But I don't know. Nobody knows. But to harken back to Carla Turner again, she posits that if a little red light went off above everyone's head that has been abducted, it would be shocking. It would be the person behind you in line at the grocery store. It would be the bank teller. It would be your babysitter. Like, it's a lot of people. So I don't like to say, like, oh, yeah, you were abducted and they got your sperm. Of course, that's what happened to you, Jackson. Take it to the bank. But, and I'll also add a little joke in there that a lot of people are just like, they'll hear a dog fart in the next room. They're like, was that the phenomenon? It's like, and so I think sometimes we get a little too carried away, but like, I can't give you any straight answers, but I know a lot of people have had similar experiences where it was sexual. And I have heard that's a screen memory while you had a suction cup on your penis and they were extracting semen. Now, is that what happened? I have no idea. I would not take that to the bank. That's a theory that just that exists in the astral realm. And I do think these things can cross over from astral to physical and back again. So something may be going on there, but that's all I can tell you.
I appreciate it, and yeah, anybody, like, if you think I'm full of shit, tell me. I appreciate it. Keeps me honest. Huh?
All right.
Well,
I'm
it
gonna
sounds
just
like your
pick.
wife does.
Yeah, your wife has opinions on that, and that's cool. That's cool. We all gotta tend to our wives and partners. Ganga, pop in. What do you think?
Often I see cases where people say there's a positive experience. Either it's actually neutral, where very little positive actually happened, or it's mostly just neutral interaction where it's not really interactive. Um, I notice a lot of people who mark their experiences as positive. Typically, it's their interpretation of events, because sometimes they have the exact same events happen that a negative person, says, "Oh, that was negative," but then their interpretation changes it into a positive, or it starts off negative and then it turns into a positive. But the question is it really changing, or is it just the interpretation of it changing? So, like for Jackson, the first thing I'd always ask is, what was positive about it? And I don't mean like in a general scope. I mean like in a very specific instance. Like for example, if you saw a blue woman and she was in the room with you and you had blackouts, or you don't remember everything that happened, what exactly was it that was positive about it? Because you're just being used like a sperm bank. So, and you don't even, do you even know if you gave consent?
That's a good question. I don't. Mm, I mean, I don't recall giving it for sure, but I don't feel like it doesn't feel like a violation personally. I don't know. That's just coming from my gut instinct.
That's the problem. If everybody realizes that these entities they can actually reach into a person and change their mental state or their emotional state. Like if you don't, if that woman is ugly as hell, they can literally put their hand on you and stimulate your nervous system so that you
Ganga,
get up.
have you ever seen the movie Shallow Hal?
No, I haven't.
All right, so there's the premise of Shallow Hal is this guy's really shallow. It's Jack Black's playing this character, and he does something really shallow in front of a guy who somehow has the magical ability to kind of hypnotize him or whatever, right? And so basically, he's not allowed to see the physical appearance of people anymore. He's only allowed to see the inner workings of them, right? So basically, if you're beautiful on the inside,
where the lady, The lady's fat, and he's looking at her as if she's skinny.
Bing, bang, boom. Okay, cool. So you get it. So uh, that movie is interesting, right? Because there's this scene where like his friend is like trying to show him, like, dude, like you can't see that your girlfriend's like really like not your type. And he's like, dude, like who cares? So this friend figures out a way to solve it, and then he does, and then suddenly this guy sees, his the real image of his girlfriend or whatever, right? But then like in the process, he's like, dude, what? He's asking his friend like, why are you trying to get me to see that my girlfriend's ugly? And he's like, oh, because it's like you're not seeing the truth or whatever. And he's like, well, yeah. And he goes, well, imagine who's the hottest girl in the world to you? And then his friend goes, Wonder Woman. And he goes, all right. So what if I told you I thought Wonder Woman was ugly? Would you still have sex with Wonder Woman? And he's like, of course. And he goes, what if the whole world thought she was ugly, but you could still see her as Wonder Woman? Like, would you still want to sleep with her? And he was like, yes. And then he understood that, like, oh, like it's not a disadvantage to see the insides or whatever of somebody. It's actually an advantage. But I digress. I'm just saying, if he had a good time and he's like riding with it, I mean, it doesn't seem like he can really do anything about it anyway. Maybe just let him have a good time.
Yeah, but there's a problem. It's that if you aren't aware that the entity can actually change your mindset when it's present, or maybe it's blocking out his memory of seeing the woman because maybe she's really hideous, and therefore the block is necessary to be able to enact a copulation. Well, either way, the point being is if Jackson doesn't actually know what the woman looks like and doesn't actually consent to it, if he considers it a positive, he may actually continue the operation, for the next dozen or 100 rounds. So, and you don't even know what's happening to those babies either. You don't know if they're being turned into slave workers in some moon or something. I mean, I know, Gango's always negative, but you got to ask those questions. You don't just breed them and pop them out and hand them to a stranger, and God knows what happens to them.
Okay, so if she comes back tonight, Jackson, are you consenting?
Yes.
All right. Sounds like we got an evening hookup in the mix. Let us know, give us a review, and ask about those kids if it comes up. Say what?
I didn't expect yes when she asked that. Maybe laugh.
Me neither. That was a good question, Noah. I mean, that's pretty much what we're all on pins and needles trying to figure out. Like, are you, is it going to be a hookup or are you going to turn it down? So it's kind of cool.
Is that Blue Lady Booty Call?
Is the wife going to be involved? Is the question.
Actually, that's actually a really good question. What's the
I'll have
thought?
to get back to you on that one. Plead the fifth for the moment.
Hey, I do got a serious question for you, Jackson, about that, though. So speaking of your wife, how much have you explained about this experience to her, if you don't mind me asking? Feel free to share.
Everything, yeah.
Okay, cool. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I've done a lot of internal work the last 10 years. I appreciate your concern, Ganga, but I mean, I don't feel like my mind is being articulated with or messed with. I feel like if anything, I have a certain level of clarity now that I haven't had in my entire life. But yeah.
Do you know what she looks like?
Well, no, because
Wonder
it was
Woman.
in a dream. For now, it was just in a dream.
I just imagine it being some really skinny, big-eyed gray, and I don't know why.
Sam, can I jump in and if it's okay?
No, we got to get over to David real quick, and then please pop in right after that. Ken, that's my bad. You know what the issue is I don't scroll down, and we have so many speakers, which is fine. I'm not saying speakers have to leave. It's just that I didn't scroll down and see your hand down there, bud. So that's my apologies, Doc. So let's get to David, and we'll pop down to Ken. We'll get up to Robin. Thank you, Ken. Sorry about
that. As far as Jackson's experience or anyone's experience being positive or negative, I think a lot of quote unquote negativity is going to come from just the shock of it. I mean, that's not, there's everyday life, and then there's experiencing that. And positive, negative, neutral, it's going to feel negative initially. But again, I think if you kind of face it down and open communication with it and start trying to get some answers, my overall view is that it's impartial. At least the grays, it's doing what it's doing, and if there's any collateral damage, it's kind of not of a high level of concern. It's like they're aware that it's shocking, and they're aware that it's difficult to process. And it's my opinion that they have ways of calming you down so that you don't freak out. And I do think that they can manipulate your mind, make you see things that aren't there, make you feel things that aren't there. I'm not saying that's the thing with everyone. I made a post about that this morning, about how when you start talking to people who have had experiences, it varies just so wildly. All the different beings and all the different natures of, the experience itself. So I just want to make sure everybody understands that I'm not trying to be a Debbie Downer and say, oh no, you didn't have a pleasant lovemaking experience with an angel. You got raped by a gray who sperm jacked you so they can make a little Frankenstein baby to put their soul into, so they have a new body so they can keep living. And again, that's a theory. But I just kind of, just want to make the point that I'm not denying people positive experiences, and that if you felt like it was positive, then more power to you. I'm not for or against that. And my phone is about to die, and I got to go tell my daughter good night. So I'm probably going to bail out of here, but thanks for letting me talk.
A little mind control never killed anybody.
Yeah, it did.
Hell yeah. It sounded like you were in a jungle too. Thank you for sharing that. Thanks for being here. We're going to get down to Kent and then to Robin.
I just want to challenge the negativity side of it a little bit. I just want to relate a little bit of one of my experiences where it was sort of like a lucid dream that came from a meditation experience. And there was a lot involved in it. It covered a lot of the spectrum, but, space, it even covered Asian symbols and Chinese symbols and vibrations and stuff. But at the end of the experience, the end of it was sort of landing in this place where I actually landed on, it was all white, and there was a tree that sort of looked like it was made from bits of paper. And I landed on that, and it felt sharp. That was how lucid the dream was, or the experience was. And then as I came down, there was a white house with a white picket fence. It was really Western traditional. And this lady said to me, you can stay if you want. And I immediately just said, no, I've got too much to do. For me, that experience was one of the most positive experiences I've ever had in my life. And I just challenge gang and other people that say, you only think it's positive because you're being, fucked with or milked. For me, when you look at the archetypal experiences and all that sort of stuff, and I don't claim any special experience, I'm just saying what I experienced in that state. I can't find anything but positive from it, and I think that's a balance to these negative things that seem to be happening. I think there's a lot of positive stuff, and there might be an equilibrium, but I'm going to keep that little glimmer of hope that there is more positive than negative. That's one thing that keeps me going.
Can I respond real quick?
Yes. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
I always just put this standard forward. Take out the alien factor, throw it away, and then put in the human factor. In other words, your situation, put it in a different person. Project that image on a different person. Can I do this to a call girl? A nice lady I met at a bar. Can I drive her to my place, half conscious, unaware, copulate with her, give her sensations in her mind that everything went well, and then she doesn't even know what my face looks like, then bring her back and dump her on the side of the road. Question, sounds good?
I just jizzed in my sleep. I didn't. That's not even close to that stuff you just said, dude.
Yeah, Ganga. No, mate, but that's a really nasty scenario where you're taking advantage of a drunk woman. The lady in my experience was
Who says
absolutely
she was
beautiful.
drunk?
Yeah, no, okay, fair
In
enough.
the
But
18 wheel, do you use those
This
kind
is
of drugs,
getting
man?
anyway, I'll jump
this is
out.
getting off the rails. This is getting off the rails. But I get it. What you're saying is that these abduction stories, if it was human to human, it would be that pretty bad, straight up criminal, right? But you know, how much of this stuff is symbolic? How much of this stuff isn't really exactly how we imagine it or how we remember it? How much of it is not really sperm and not really sex, right? Matthew Roberts is in the room. Oh, yes. Okay, cool. I'm gonna remove a speaker. No offense. Pop back in here when you can, okay? And we'll just keep the party going. So let's just we're just gonna move some speakers out of here, but no offense. We're just making some room for the homie over here. Please pop back in here. All right, so we got Matthew Roberts in the space, and he's very well versed on the symbolic nature of some of these dreams, and I think it's a really good take on this stuff. We're going to get to everybody's hands real quick, but Matthew, when you hear about these dreams that involve abductions, or not dreams, sorry, these abduction cases that involve sex and this kind of stuff, where does your mind go with this?
Well, I mean, I've kind of said it before in these rooms, but and it's kind of a deep and profound thing to think about. But the universe it's multi-layered, right? And so there are things that happen on the physical plane, and then there are things that happen on the mental plane. And I think that this is just an allegorical experience for something that can happen on the mental plane. At least in my case, it was. So I had an experience that was similar to this. And I came to understand that it was just like the event was like a harbinger of things to come, right? The only thing I could understand was creation on the physical plane, right? And I didn't really understand this whole concept of creation on the mental plane and creativity on the mental plane, but they're two separate, different things. And so the whole experience that I had, it started off with this kind of experience, but then it led to more of the mental type creation, which was like a conditioning of my mind, and in fact, initiatory experience into this idea of the mental creation that is possible within humans, whereby you come to know that the entire universe is actually a mental creation, and that this is where throughout time the whole concept of God has come from, because the universe is itself conscious and it will acknowledge you in some way. And so that's what this whole process was getting me to realize, right? That there are these different levels and planes of existence, and we see them within the human race, right? It becomes obvious when someone explains it to you, but you see that, and you can see where this is where a lot of political strife comes from as well. You have people who are on two different planes of existence, right? You have introverts and extroverts. People who are very much in control of themselves as introverts. They realize that their emotions and their thoughts reside within themselves. And then you have extroverts where they think that those things are, someone else's fault. It's your fault. You made me angry, right? I wouldn't have to hit you if you didn't make me angry, because that's your fault, right? Not mine. And so you see this in society as well, and people just need to realize it. And until they do, we're going to be stuck. But anyway, that's my take on it.
Important point too, Matt. Wasn't your entity was a blue female as well, which I think is important because everybody's been mentioning blue females.
Yes, she had blue skin. It was like a kind of light baby blue color.
And I would also point out, and I know, whatever, I'll be the resident psychedelic guy, I don't give a fuck, but people that have ayahuasca experiences report Pachamama, who's Mother Earth or Gaia or whatever, and that this entity comes to them and is usually blue or somewhere along the same similar line. So I think that that's interesting when we're talking about entities from metaphysical realms.
Just a quick note, guys, if you don't mind. In the ancient Egyptian paintings and temples, there's a lot of blue-coloured figures in the ancient temples. So that's something to consider as well. They're blue people, even in the Indian temples, have been painted throughout history. So we interpret that they're a different race on the earth, but they've been painted as blue and show different characteristics to other people.
Yeah, Kent's right on that one. And anybody that's curious about Osiris, the symbolism of Osiris being green is actually symbol for rebirth after being dismembered and then put back together.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting too that that's what initiation is all about, right? You have this tearing down and then this building back up, and that kind of falls in line with that idea of Osiris being taken apart and then put back together. And I'll also say this because I know you guys were talking about positive versus negative. When this first happened to me, I did not obviously view this as something positive. I thought it was a nightmare. You know, I thought I felt violated, like I had been raped or something, right? But then, you know, I kind of grounded myself and I thought, wait a minute, you know, there's got to be something more to this, because there's just no way that they have all this exotic tech and all this know-how and engineering and they're just using it to scare the shit out of the human race. Like that doesn't make sense to me, right? Because my thought to myself was, you know, these things are probably like millions of years more advanced than we are, and using my technology to go and terrorize a bunch of monkeys would not be my idea of nonstop fun. You know what I mean? So there has to be something more going on here. And that's what kind of got me looking at, you know, different authors on the topic. Before this, I had this very terrifying experience where I came across this book called The Kabbalion, which was just a series of coincidences and stuff like that. And so these are the books that I started reading by this same author, William Walker Atkinson, and it was all about initiation, and he wrote these books over 100 years ago. So check them out.
Matthew, thank you so much. I mean, I hadn't thought about the phenomenon or these experiences in that way at all. I just never really considered, you know. Now, like you know, I'm curious. Did you land on your philosophy and your spirituality as a means of like survival? Was this unbearable otherwise? And in that sense, were you kind of led to it, or is this something that you kind of had you researched and you know maybe still a coping mechanism, but not necessarily something that you felt you needed to do, or was this totally you needed to deal with it, you needed to figure it out? And yeah, can you speak to that at all?
Yeah, I mean, when I, you know, as I said, when I kind of calmed myself down and I started to think about this logically, I thought, well, there's got to be more. And so my whole thing was that, you know, I'm not going to do anything to drive them away. because I want to figure this out. You know, I'm curious. You know, what the hell is what's going on here? You know, that was my thought. And so I stayed in it. Like I just dove right in, you know, and it was an incredibly painful experience, to be honest with you. It was the kind of thing that people would not ordinarily do. Like if these things started happening to you, most people would flee. They would leave their house thinking that it's haunted, or you know, they'd do anything to get themselves out of this situation. But I was like, no, I'm going to stay here because I need to figure this out. And it was not what people would call a good experience. But you know, if you look at life and the way life is, you learn the most from the most difficult of experiences. And this was so hard that I feel like I learned a lot from it. And for that, I'm grateful. I can't call it a bad or evil experience. I mean, it was certainly not good going through it, but I'm glad I did, if that makes any sense.
It came on quick too, because I remember you mentioning that wasn't your dad like a scientist or an astronomer or something like that, and that you come from a very like pragmatic way of looking at the world. So this was like a whole kind of a shock to your system, this whole thing, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, my dad taught at a local university for like 40 years. My mom also had a master's degree, so my family was very educated, and like if it wasn't provable by science, then it didn't exist. You know what I mean? We weren't religious. We never went to church. My parents never encouraged that kind of thing because they didn't believe it, you know? So I did not grow up in a household where spirituality and religion was a thing. You know, it's all about science.
May I add something real quick?
Yeah, sorry, I was just away from my phone, but I was listening. Thank you, Matthew. Go ahead, Ganga, and then we got some hands around the room. Jared, do you know who's next by chance? Or he might not even be in here.
No, I'm here,
He's
man.
in. He's in.
I'm here. I'm
was
super
next.
enjoying this, dude. Matt, I always appreciate perspective, dude. Thank you so much for sharing.
I believe it was Robin, Joseph, Kent, and
there we are.
Thoreau.
Okay, if I may, I also noticed in my contact case that they typically do have malicious intent. It's not like super malicious, but they just like to screw around. They like to mess around. You know, they like to play practical jokes. Not like a human being, but like, you know, they have their own little malicious nature. And I noticed it manifesting a lot of times, or often. Especially the Greys, they love to lie just for no reason whatsoever, just accept a lie. The Nordics, they sometimes make jokes in a complicated way that's hard to follow, but you know, they play practical jokes on people. Sometimes they pull information from someone's head and ask me to repeat something in the wrong way. And it's very funny, but you know, it's malicious. So I never found any reason to reinterpret that into a positive. It's just what it is.
Very interesting. And it is what it is, I mean, to you, right? So, like, in that sense, and, you know, I love having different interpretations of the same thing. I just think it's super vital to be able to look at things. It's like why we have two eyes, right? You get to see it from two different perspectives, and you get some three-dimensional reality of it. So I'm all about it. Now, Mike, who did you say was next?
I think Joseph hasn't been called. He said it's up for like an hour.
It was Rob. I thought it was Robin then Joseph, but I could be mistaken. Robin's had his hand up for a fuckload
both
of
of
time.
them for a minute.
Yeah, I've had my hand up for a while, but I think a lot of people have, so I'm not sure what order they came up in. What I was planning to do was, Ganga was saying he's unfamiliar of any positive stories, and I was going to share another story with you guys, one that I believe and think of as a very positive story of something that happened to me. And this one involves a UFO sighting, but it also involves something much more than that. So, as a teenager, I got into music. My brothers and my cousins and we had a band, and we were into music and everything. And by the time I graduated high school, we were playing professionally. And I got out of high school in '82, and I went on the road with my brother and others, and formed bands, and we went out and started playing. And we were doing really well. We were in Florida at the time, and the circuit down there was really a big thing in the '80s, and we were able to make a living doing that, traveling and playing music. And I had been on the road from '82 through '89. In '88, I came into town in Daytona Beach, and there was a friend there who was like, immediately, when we went in to load in, I got introduced you to somebody. I got introduced. So she brought me to somewhere, and this is something I'd been through many times before, so I was not thinking much of it. But she drags me around to the front of the bar where the entrance is, because we came in through the back. And there's a young woman sitting on a bar stool there, and she introduces me to her. And it was the first time I can ever say that I was like, love at first sight, literally, And I just fell in love with this girl immediately. And that was a difficult thing for me because, I was on the road. And in the ensuing months, a relationship began to form with her. And it was a very difficult relationship because I was traveling all the time, and she was, in college at the time. And it just made for a very difficult situation. And fast forward to Christmas Eve of 1989, I was in Miami, Florida. We were playing a club down there. We were about 2 miles from the beach. And on that day, I went out for a walk. I was intending to walk to the ocean, and on the way there, I was like halfway there, and a car comes pulling up next to me, and it's her. And I had no expectation that she was going to be in town or anything like that, but suddenly there she was, and she found me somehow. And I hopped in the car with her, and we went for a ride, trying to find something to eat, and it was very difficult because it was Christmas Eve and everything was closed. And we found this little restaurant that had Cuban chicken that was really, really good. And we had our chicken, and then we went out riding go back to the hotel, and I spotted something in the sky. I was in the passenger seat, and I'm looking out, and I see something that doesn't look right, And so I asked her to pull off on a side street. We pulled off on a side street, and we went to a little cul-de-sac, and we pulled up in the cul-de-sac, and I had my eye on this thing, and she's like, "What is it? What is it?" And I'm like, "I don't know yet. Hold on, wait." It's getting closer, and it's moving towards us, kind of slowly, not, it's large. It's the size of an airplane, a large airplane, like a 747 or bigger, but it doesn't have any wings. It's like just the cylindrical portion of the plane without any wings or tail or anything. And I'm telling her what I'm seeing, and she's like, she's in the driver's seat, so she can't see. We had sort of, pivoted the car to where it was visible to me, but not to her. And it's approaching the car, or not the car, but, over the tree line, off, maybe a football field away, like they always say. And it comes to a stop, in the sky, and it's just hovering there. And I can look, and it's close enough. I can see it into the windows on this thing. And I can see the silhouettes, of, I don't know, I'll just say people moving around inside of it, like they're, moving around fast, like they're excited, like looking down, at me. And I'm telling her what I'm seeing, and she gets scared, and she's like, "Let's get out of here." And so she drives around the cul-de-sac and back out the road we came in, back out to the main road, and then across another intersection over to a area where there was a slightly raised area that had a little strip mall. And we went around behind it and parked behind it where we could still see this thing. And I was sitting there with my eyes on this thing, the whole time, watching this thing and trying to figure out what the hell it was. And she's not paying any attention to it. And she's all upset. And the reason she had drove down was because she was distraught, and she was not having an easy time with the situation as it was with me being on the road and, everything. And she was having problems with school and her parents. And so she's crying, and telling me all this stuff. And I'm like half listening because I'm paying attention to this UFO. And suddenly I had these thoughts in my mind that I don't know if they were my thoughts or being put into my mind. It wasn't like I was hearing voices or anything. It was my own voice, my own internal voice. But I started sitting there thinking, why do I want to keep, we had been on the road for like 8 years at this point, and we were at a point where we had pretty much done all we could do with what we were doing. And we were meeting famous people left and right. And, it was like, I knew that for me, the next step was that, we had recently signed a contract with a pretty big company down there that had a lot of famous acts. And I knew I was at a turning
What kind of
point where
music?
I had to decide either
kind of
I'm going to
music?
keep going with the music. It was rock. Either I'm going to keep going with music or I need to get away from this now, and she is where I belong, I had that in my mind all of a sudden. And, so I started paying attention to her and listening to her and everything. And I made the decision right then in that moment that it's time for me to quit music so that I can have a life with her, and that's what I did. And I ended up marrying her. I was with her for about 20 years before we actually divorced. When I have 2 kids now, and they were about 9 and 15 at the time we divorced. And so I had to finish raising them on my own. So in that way, it was a bad thing, but it was a good thing in that I had all those years. I have 2 kids. Now I have 3 grandchildren, none of which would be the case. And I have a career, where if I had stuck with music, who knows what my life how it would have ended, A lot of people I know from back in those days aren't even alive anymore, So I look at it like, whatever it was, and people have talked about, are they, here to harm us or to help us? I don't know, but my experiences have been that, whether these things come through dreams or through these sort of, real world visions, they seem to be guiding. They seem to be trying to point you in a direction, And in my case, the direction they pointed me in was the right one, I believe, in this case. I've had others, that came in dreams that pointed me in different directions, that are things I wrote down after waking up from, precognitive dreams. But this one was not a dream. This is a real life, real world experience, that happened. But yet it also has elements of it that are like, it's more than just, I saw a UFO, It's that I saw a UFO and the experience, with my mind racing in that moment led me to making decisions that I would never have probably made otherwise, So I don't know what to make of all that. But I just wanted to point out to Ganga, because he was saying he doesn't know anybody who has any experiences that led to anything positive. I disagree,
I'd call that synchronicity. I often make that comment, Robin. I say, sometimes looking back on all the experiences and where I'm at now, it really does feel like I'm being pulled a certain direction. That's only by looking at it backwards. You can't see it as it's happening. But no, I could see completely where you're at. Hey, Joseph, you're up now. I appreciate that story, Robin.
Hey, guys. Yeah, I just wanted to make a few comments here about, like, basically, I'm going to share my, not the experience, but I am an experiencer, and I've had quite extensive conversations. Just briefly about the experience, they started speaking to me through telepathy, and it was very surreal. Some of the things that they were telling me, things about who they were, a lot of it was about who I am. I had conversations with them every night for a couple of hours a night for the better part of a month. This is by telepathy, during which they can send telepathic images to you, and they can also download information. But there's 2 ways of downloading. They can download stuff and kind of store it in your brain, that you can recall later on. Or you could ask them about something, and they did this a few times with me. You could ask them about something, and if it would be too difficult to explain it in words, they just put the knowledge in your head. So all of a sudden you have an understanding about what you were asking. But anyways, I don't want to go too much into the experience itself. I will say it was very positive in nature. But for people who have had experiences, I think it's very important when speaking about it to discern between what the actual experience was or what you were told in the experience. Separate that from putting your opinion on what it means, right? And leave that for other people, because we all cognitively interpret things differently, right? So what's something that was said to me, what I think it means could mean something totally different when said to somebody else. So I think that's important as experiencers to, don't give your own opinion on what you think it all meant, right? I've heard
No, I get that.
a lot
100% agree.
Yeah, and I listen to some of these rooms. I don't speak much. I just listen because I want to know people's where people are at, and kindly, I've kind of made a way of kind of looking at the belief and the understandings of these phenomena. And I could say it like this: like somebody who has zero interest in any of this. They could say, I'm a non-believer, I just don't believe it, they don't want to look at it, right? The next level of people are people who they see it, they want to understand it, but they haven't experienced anything. So this is just, a believer. The next set of people are people who may have seen something, and it could, or had an experience, but it's a one-off. It was a one-time experience. These people can still create doubt or question in their own minds what it is they're encountering, right? The next level are people with multiple sightings. So people who've seen multiple UFOs, they're now beyond that point of being able to say, I don't believe, right? They're in a different space now in their mind where they're like, no, this is real. And they may have a hard time with it, whatever. The next level would be somebody like me, I've seen them several times in the sky, and I've had extensive conversations with them. I'm on a totally different level of saying believe or not, where I'm in a space where I'm saying I want to explore this more, right? I want to understand it more. And then you have the next level of people who are abductees, right? Those people, you're never going to tell them that this isn't real or that it never happened. So there's all these different levels, right? To go from belief more into the understanding and the acceptance of it. So, like in my experience, I'll just tell you a few things, and I should chime in on some other conversations when people are talking about ancient history and, the purpose. Some of the stuff that they told me was very, they made me learn about energy. Energy from the physical world, the energy of the metaphysical world, how they're tied together. I've heard conversations where people are talking about how we're all connected, or even like was just mentioned here with synchronicities and stuff. There's stuff going on behind the scenes that we are all connected. We just don't see it. It's like beyond the spectrum of our physical senses, but it's all there and it's all very real. This is, I think, now this is my opinion, I think this is a part of the awakening that we're all going through, right? First, there's a physical awakening, right? In a physical awakening, people are waking up to the atrocities of the physical world. They're seeing the corruption, they're seeing the lies, this is the physical part. Then you start entering into the spiritual awakening, right? And starting to explore that. So, yeah, like I could give theories on where it's all going.
Let me ask you this, Joseph.
I'll say,
are you documenting everything and writing everything down?
Sorry, what's that? Your speaker's cutting out. Sorry, bro.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was saying, are you documenting like the experiences and writing everything down? That way you maybe go through it, maybe put it out there at some point, put all your theories and stuff out there. Kent, you're up next. Is that right? But I was
Yeah, but yeah,
hold on one
yeah.
second. Joseph, my point being, some of us would probably like to read that stuff. Have you thought about putting that on paper?
No, I've never. I'll be honest with you. This happened to me in early 2017, and it was a very intense experience. Something.
Oh my God.
I mean, I could go into detail about it, but I'll tell you, it's like a spirit jumped inside of me, which was very unnerving, to say the least. To have it's like having another conscious person inside of you that could make you say things or do things. That was very weird. And the whole thing was all very, very biblical in nature. But when I first started speaking about it,
I'm not meaning to cut you off, buddy. We got to move on. Just keep the flow going, okay, bud?
Oh yeah, no problem.
I'm glad you got to speak though. Kent, you're up.
Yeah, just on the negative, and yeah, just to continue the conversation. I try to sort of look at all the different things we know with science, and this is what my point I wanted to make was, people like Matthew and the new interviews that have come out, and getting scientists that are credible and honest and straightforward and articulate discussing the subject. I think that's going to be the real important part of how we understand the phenomenon, because the good thing about the scientists are they want to be rigorous. They want to be able to have something that's repeatable, and they want to be able to have something that we can work with to try and understand it. So, and I think those guys working in with experiences and people who have knowledge about other things, that's got to be the key. And even the other day when Obama dropped in on Danny De Silva's space, I mean, important people are starting to get involved in these things, and I think that's because they realize these forums are where we can start to get really serious people together and discuss subjects that scientists don't really ever usually want to discuss. And that's why I think these things are so important, that we are discussing these things, and good solid scientists are being involved so that they can hear the other experiences. And that's what I think is a really positive thing as well. Thanks, guys.
Sorry about that. Two drops just left. So, Jared, you still there? All right. I got a question for Matthew real quick before we move on.
Yeah, I'm still here, bro. I'm still here.
Oh, you're still here, Jared? Hey, Matthew, I got a quick question for you. Are you still there?
Yeah, go ahead.
When you first started having your experiences, you were still in the service. You couldn't really risk your career. What was that like for you?
Well, I mean, I don't know what you mean by I couldn't really risk my career.
Well, you were still in the service. You didn't want people to think you were crazy, right? So you were limited on what you could say and who you could say it to. So where did you go? And I mean, what did that do to you, having to deal with that?
You know, it was not hard for me at all.
Really?
I mean, yeah, I talked about it at work. People believed me. For obvious reasons. I mean, I was working at the Office of Naval Intelligence, right?
Oh, well, see,
so,
that's why I wanted to ask you the question, because I knew it was a lot easier for you than a lot of people, right? Like, same thing with Jim Sinivan, These people, but there's a lot of people that just think you're crazy. That's the reason I wanted to ask it. So you answered it.
Yeah, it was very easy for me. And that's the thing that really gets to me. And that's why I decided to leave. And I left my career, because it was easy for me, right? But it's not easy for everyone else, right? Because everybody thinks you're fucking crazy because they don't think this shit is real. And had I not had that, I don't know how this would have ended up for me. If people had just said, oh, well, you're just a nutcase. We're going to take your clearance from you. We're going to do all kinds of stuff. But, there was none of that. It was taken very seriously. So, I mean, I want that for everyone else. That's why I'm talking about this. People can poo-poo me and say, "Oh, you're full of shit," all day long, but that's not going to change the fact that this is real and that this is happening to people, and everyone needs to get on board, especially psychology. One last thing I want to say: if you are going to the VA, right, for mental health, and they are laughing at you about these types of experiences, I think you should call Senator Gillibrand's office and let them know. Let them know that this isn't being taken seriously at the VA. It needs to be fixed now.
I'm
So
gonna do that actually tomorrow, bro. I didn't even
Yeah.
think about that. I'm glad you said that.
Yeah, absolutely. Because I've heard too many stories of vets in these rooms talking about how they're getting laughed out of the VA, and that is absolute
Or you
horse
risk
shit.
getting locked up for 3 days, 3-day hold.
Yeah, it's and that can't happen anymore. So just call her office and let her know that.
Yeah, good point. Thank you for that, Matthew. Josh, you're up next.
Hey, yeah, thanks. This is a great space. Thanks for hosting it. I just had a couple things to add, and then I'm gonna have to jet myself. But the whole dream life thing we were talking about earlier, and the material and immaterial realms, and all of that stuff, right? I come from the Christian background, and we believed in dreams and stuff like that. One of my friends once said to me, "You're at your weakest in your dream state," right? And I think this hints at consciousness and some of these other things. And this was according to his perspective, right? So all those caveats. But he said, when you're at your weakest when you dream, and in a cosmic battle for a soul, right? The enemy and the allies would be crazy not to try to influence you during your dream life, right? We were talking about some of these beings and how they kind of exist in the immaterial realms or something in that dream state and all of that stuff. Oh man, I forgot where I was going with that. Oh yeah, but like the dream state, right? And that otherworldly state. Man, I've totally lost it. Jeez. All right. Well, it wasn't that important, but yeah, I think you guys are all onto something. There's something to the immaterial realms, and yeah, they can interact with you in those dream states. Maybe, yeah. Anyways, so yeah, you guys are right. It's getting
So
late.
alien inception, Josh.
Right. Yeah. No, but there's something to the dream state, right? There's maybe we're at our most active, or maybe we're not at our most active. But
you're at your most suggestive, probably.
Potentially, yeah. Maybe that's how they influence you to think. They are strange other things. Anyways, yeah. I can't remember exactly what I was going to say, but yeah, it's a great discussion, and I think it's worth having, guys.
Screen name 229, you're up.
Hey guys, how's it going? I appreciate y'all hosting the space and all. I'm still kind of new to the space. Basically, just like everybody else, I study all kind of stuff, but my focus is kind of like on the ancient stuff and a lot of mythology and lore, and how like a lot of it is actually like overlooked science, and they were just more advanced with nature in a way. And so I have a different perspective on things, and I just know a bunch of little stuff that, like one of the other speakers said that, just kind of stick to the facts, and, everybody can interpret it a different way. And I heard y'all talking about the blue-skinned entities, and, you hear about that, like in India, or there was this story about, I think it was in England, group of people trying to take over some land, ran into a group of blue-skinned female warriors, and they got their butts kicked, and they had to go back. All that stuff kind of reminds me of. I'm wondering if anybody else has ever thought about this, like the ancient Phoenicians. they used to take copper and like rub it on their skin, and their skin was basically like red. There's this dude, his name was Papa Smurf, and he would take colloidal silver and rub it on his skin, and he actually turned blue. And he wouldn't get sunburn anymore, or he had lots of benefits from it. And like Osiris, I'm wondering if that could be something along those lines, like actually like literally listening to these ancient stories, the kids that came from Wolf Pit, they were green as well. That kind of reminds me of something like maybe like jaundice or something, or like they're not getting enough sunlight in combination with their diet, or even the shiny ones. Maybe that's like the because of the monatomic gold or something like that. I just wanted to throw that stuff out there, and any technology we can do, nature already does. Thanks, guys.
Hey, man, appreciate you sharing that. You would actually really enjoy Mind Escape's podcast. I can tell you that for a fact. Let's see, who was next up in here? Ganga, go.
Yeah, I would just be really careful about being too interpretive of events, because if you interpret events like a square peg into a round hole, you can force things to be something that they're not, and people can create delusions, and a delusion can feed a continuing relationship that's a really negative one. So be careful not to take it too far, because mayhem can ensue.
All right, right on, Ganga. Lexi, go ahead.
How's it going, Shane? How you doing?
I'm good, man. How are you, bud?
Doing good, just chilling. I just wanted to speak real quick to what Screen was saying. I thought that was super observant, actually. And then he even brought up the monatomic gold. I was about to say, I raised my hand almost at that point, or like wave, because I wanted to say gold ormus. All the kings and the pharaohs were eating gold ormus material. And maybe that does change your skin color if you take it for a long time. I don't know. But I actually wanted to speak a little bit on what Thora was saying about how you're most susceptible in your dreams. And that's something that I've been writing about a lot lately, is how if you're not lucid in your dream, it's basically like your subconscious ego, in quotes, takes over. And so it highlights essentially the importance of having a really strong subconscious nature. And so I just wanted to, basically say that, like, maybe you don't have control of your dreams, but based off of subconscious trainings, you can train yourself to react subconsciously in your dreams, is what I'm getting at. That's all I was going to say.
Can you explain that a little bit more? Just a little bit more.
Yeah, like we're programmed through society to hold on to delusions, like our assumptions and expectations, and we always walk around with them subconsciously. Like, I'm gonna cross the street because that guy looks dangerous, kind of thing. And so basically, by becoming aware of your subconscious actions or reactions, you can start to change how you would react naturally. And then that translates into your subconscious, in quotes, ego, which would be like your dream state ego when you're not lucid. So that'd be like your way to counteract those kinds of entities even influencing you in a dream state, is by training yourself consciously.
Okay. Thank you for doing that. And by the way, earlier you made a comment about having a master's in engineering doesn't make an engineer, but you didn't you engineer the skate case? And aren't you UA, what was the name of your guys' UAP society, engineering some stuff to advance this whole thing? Yeah, dude. You got some royalty in here now between Matt, and we got Mind Escape, we got Lucius. So who's up next? Matt Monroe.
I just wanted to add something.
Who was it, Ganga?
Yeah, it's about the skin condition that he was talking about. There is actually a skin condition that people who eat or consume heavy metals like silver, and it builds up in your skin. If it's exposed to the sun, it can change their skin color to a blue tone or a darker tone.
Yeah. I think that's what was screen name 229 was saying with the colloidal silver, but that's what I was made me think of, like Mystique from Marvel. You know, she could shapeshift and turn into different people, but she was blue skinned. I just thought about that, and the whole Marvel
Guys,
lore.
if I could jump in on the skin tone and stuff,
Go ahead.
I work in occupational health and safety, so I've had a look at the different reactions to different chemicals. The only chemical I've come across so far is used in nickel refining, and it's called Vetrocoke. And when people are exposed to it, it turns their genitalia blue. That's a fact. The ingestion of gold still goes on now in Asia. Powdered gold is still included in a lot of beauty products, both for consumption and for putting on your skin. But to consume the amount of a heavy metal that would affect your skin color, you would have to consume an awful lot. It just, from my experience, from understanding metabolization, and you'd probably die first. So that's just an opinion based on my experience.
Okay, hey Matt,
I have
a question?
heard that. Well, no, I mean I work in the chemical field, but I have heard of people consuming a lot of a substance and it changes their skin tone. I mean that there's I can find that, but no, I just
not sure how long they'd live afterwards, though. That's the point.
Oh, I don't
they
know
might
how long
change,
they live.
but they'll probably die quite soon.
Probably.
Hey,
by the way, I don't know that.
By the way, a screen name 229. If you didn't hear me earlier, some of the stuff you're talking about, a lot of us listen to he's in here, Mind Escape. Mike, he has a great podcast. He talks about a lot of stuff like that as well. I also posted in the thread Matthew Roberts' book, Initiated. If you're an experiencer, you really need to check it out. I mean, it's really helpful. I think I posted a link in the thread. If not, I'll try again. Is anybody else? Let's see. Where are we at here? I guess it's just me. Well, hello, everybody. I'm your host, Shane. He's going to take over for me for about 5 minutes. I got to go take my medicine, so I'll be right back. Jared, are you there?
You got it, man. Let's do it. All right. Yeah, man, great stuff. Just, I mean, I appreciate everyone's candidness sharing so far. I've been listening. I'm glazing some mugs, and as I listen to everyone tonight. As far as questions go, I guess, like, do anyone that's having these experiences feel like there's an evolution within their relationship with this, and what is the gap that exists between humanity and these others, and is that gap closing in any way? Go ahead, Kent.
Actually, Jared, I think Andrew had his hand up first, but
sorry, I didn't see that. Yeah,
yeah,
go ahead.
yeah. I'll jump back, mate, and let him jump in.
Thank you. I've really enjoyed the conversation, and I've recently signed up on some websites. I forgot which one it is. Something about, I can find it in my tabs here, Conscious Experiencer or something. It's pretty official, and they're trying to vet me or something. Like fill out 3 things. What I would just tell you is I consider myself an everyday experiencer and recently an all-day experiencer. And I wouldn't always attribute what I'm going through to, specifically, well, these are extraterrestrials and these are the ones from Venus or these are the ones from, oh my God, if I could discern all that, I would have to be a Buddha. But I can tell you this much. I know people are talking about colloidal silver, and I wasn't quite following all of that, although I understand. I've seen the images. My intuition tells me, and I do consider this a type of a direct experience because I have had a number of them. I filmed you call it a UFO last night, and it's at the end of like an hour video where I'm just kind of talking the whole time about consciousness and change and all of this. So if I can get it out there, there's just not much to see. With the naked eye, you can see it crystal clear, and that. I mean, that could be our tech, but I would say it's too pure for that. Pure as in I can discern that. But I want to speak to the blue for just a second. I believe we're going to find that there are beings who are as true blue as we are different skin tones on this planet. But I mean, they're not blue because they took some chemicals. They're not blue over, a conditioning. And I think that one of the things we'll find is that, some of these come through the astral world. They may be in the higher mental plane. They may be in these realms that people call the Buddhic world, or there's just different models for this. And I understand people have a very scientific approach these days. So what we'll find is that there's a subtlety of vibration that transcends the physical world, the emotional world, or so-called astral, and it even goes beyond our mind. And I'm not going to try to wax all religious despite the name here, but I understand the context of the room. But you find a biblical scripture, and if you want to go to the Buddhist teachings or the other sutras and so forth, you can do that. But in the Gospels, you'll find the reference to a peace which passeth understanding. And to me, that says we're not dealing with something in the mental plane or even, Christ consciousness and unity consciousness. Now we've gone to nirvana. Now we're talking about something you didn't leave. You can experience that. Edgar Mitchell, of course, talks about that. That's what he had, a type of I don't know if it was the Nervi Kalpa or something, but it's a samadhi experience. And I do believe there are beings who are fairly adept. They can experience that. They don't so much turn it on and off as in the brain consciousness. They have everything that helps, that allows them. I don't know. I guess we don't go there. They have worked on this for lifetimes. And I just add this much. They're not out there somewhere. They're right here. And they're moving among us. That includes many people from all kinds of evolutions. And I think there's a learning curve involved. And we have to, like people in the room here, we have to understand in our conversations, you've got kids that's going to, I think Twitter is 13 plus. So there'll be kids dropping in. And the kids may be like, all right, what's this? Check this out. And I know y'all are doing a great job. My hats off to everybody here. I love these discussions, but I just want to make sure we know that, and I know you all know that, people are at every possible arc of the learning curve. So we may find some beings. I can tell you, if you call me later, about waking experiences in the past, certainly 48 hours, that I'm sorry if I get emotional, and I'm going to stop, but I'm just saying hey, look, I'm a guy. I'm single. I would love a partner. Who wouldn't? But some of these are sexual, and I'm not talking about lucid dreams or losing my consciousness or passing out, or drugs aren't involved. And maybe I was high a little bit one night. My point is this: I'm able to go there with somebody. My God, this is somebody that was in one of these discussions from Canada or something just days ago, and for all the crazy, she's talking about Christian religion and all this. And the last thing I would have done, please believe me, is try to violate someone's energy and space. I'm learning. It's a steep learning curve. Karma, dharma, these are things you do, things you don't do. And I think that's part of the discussion, is what is we'll talk about that, the ethical dimension of some of these beings. Do they see with us sexually? Do they see this? If they're doing it intellectually, like I heard when I first came into the room, and it's downloads, and it's just that kind of communication. Well, I would say now you could be dealing with Venusians, who are closest to us in evolution, even though they're so advanced technically that we would call them gods or angels. They don't have a dense body, but they are physical, and they are on Venus, and they're here. So that, to me, well, Valthor, yeah, to me that's gospel, and we should talk about it. And I know my time is up. I'm just trying to say these are ongoing experiences, and there are many people who are having these. Some of them just may think that, I had a dream or something, but I'm talking about waking dreams. And just to give one other dimension to it, I kind of fused those. That was intentional. But this person I interacted with, if she will back me up later and say, oh, no, we did that, then I'll be like, okay, let's talk about that on national television. Because trust me, you want to hear this, because it's working with I'll call it spiritual family, even though I haven't seen some of these people for 20 years. And I'm still here in the physical. We're going to talk more about this, and we know this. And that's why I love these forums. I really appreciate, you giving me a chance to, this is kind of new to me and I get nervous, but I will tell you anything you ask me within reason, keeping in mind, as I paid attention in this room, it's easier when you're not being recorded, even though Alphabet is always listening. Fine. If you know you're on camera or on audio for a replay, and I posted videos about this. Let's just remember things like etiquette. Let's remember kindness. Let's remember to be patient and maybe not do what I'm doing, try to dominate, but let's just listen. Let's just hear what other people are saying, because my God, you will come out a changed individual. And that's what this world needs right now. Thank you.
Dude, I love it. That was super rich, super potent stuff. There's a million things that I would want to dive into that, but I do see some raised hands. Let me go, Ken, and then Lucius. I bet you have a bunch of stuff to say to that. But Andrews, come and speak anytime in these spaces. You're welcome.
Yeah, I'll dive off to the side from Andrew. That's a lot to put in. With the what I wanted to mention was people talk about the connection to different belief systems, and one of the things now that I'm living in a Buddhist country, I've tried to find out more and more about the ancient stories and the connection, and the blue people that are painted on the temples here and things like that as well. And they've got pictures of battles in the sky and the whole. It's really quite interesting. And I asked my wife, I said, when we see these things in the temples, are we seeing stories that are about myths, or are we being told? Is your culture being told that these are stories about history? And she says they're stories of history. Like when you see the serpent lady that took the demigod and fell in love with him and blah blah blah. They're told it as this really happened. These were real spirits, real things. And then I'll be quiet in a minute, but I just wanted to take that to the next level. When they talk about Buddha, and they talk about Buddha being the enlightened one, it's just interesting if you think about it. When you look at plasma connections, energy connections, and higher realms and ultra spirits and stuff, if these Buddhas are connecting to a higher plane or higher spirit, and they start to glow, and they start to be able to create manna or bridges or things like that in the physical world because of their, faith the size of a mustard seed, as they could move a mountain, then it's interesting that the monks nowadays, the perfect monk alignment is to be able to stop actually existing while you're existing, stop eating, stop breathing, and actually go into pure state. And then they believe that's when they actually reach enlightenment. So it's just interesting to have a look at those parallels with what's going on now,
Yeah, that is actually pretty interesting. Let me actually interrupt this program real quick to make a couple comments. If you're an experiencer, there's important things you probably want to do. Take care of your mental health. That's very important. So I'm no shame that I'm about to go off to Boston with Wounded Warrior to do some PTSD stuff. This is a deep rabbit hole. Also, there's books. Matthew Roberts, Initiated. You got Alexi in here. He's got a book. You've got Jay King, who's got the Experiencer Network. You also have Witness Citizen, who's an experiencer. He does a whole news bit. There's lots of resources out there, and we just kind of got to get them together. So just make sure to take care of that mental health and all that. And that wasn't based on you, Ken. I just wanted to throw that in there somewhere. And yours was the most solid. So I was like, let me do it off this one so you don't think I'm shooting it to him. All right, Lucius, you're up.
Right on. Really good points. And honestly, it all circles back to what Jared had originally asked when I raised my hand, which was like, if you have been experiencing this throughout your life, what are the stages or the evolution of the experience, you could say? And then Kent basically just brought up the point of the enlightened Buddha ceasing to exist at all, right? So, like, as far as my experiences, I've definitely always received the next lesson after I complete the one that I'm on, right? And the lesson can be many different things. And just to give one example, when I was a kid, I was basically taught to control my body temperature. So, like, go outside on the coldest days with no shirt, no shoes or anything like that, just in shorts, and don't get goosebumps, kind of thing. So stand out on the dock, on the pier, coldest day, don't get cold. And then along those same lines, that the next one was like the walk of faith, in quote, is a fine line. And so I was taught I used to do a lot of training at Ballast Point Pier here in Tampa. And if you were to walk to the end of the pier and back nice and slow, it's like a 20-minute walk. And so I would get on the handrail, which is like a 6-inch wide handrail, and do my double nungeon all the way down the thing. And the lesson there was the next step is obvious. It's 1 foot, and all you have to do is worry about that foot, and the next step is obvious. But the lesson that I've been on now essentially is, I mean, I had to go through getting astrophysics degrees. I had to go through all this other stuff. But the lesson that I'm on right now essentially is putting all the information out on paper and releasing it to the public kind of thing. But like, it comes down to returning to zero to the point where you create perfect laminar flow. And at that point, basically, you align yourself with all the realms of creation, past and future lives, and you create an interdimensional alignment. And that has a lot to do with the potential precession of consciousness, from what I've gathered as well. So I'm basically writing about that right now, how like this is kind of the lesson I'm on is consciousness is like a gyroscope hanging on a string. And so it precesses. And we have a daily precession. We have like a 185-day precession. And then we have like a 2,000 years precession. And so when you align yourself with the laminar flow of reality, you're able to reach those higher dimensions of conscious experience. But if you're filled with a whole bunch of delusions, like all your wants, don't wants, assumptions, and expectations, they create a drag on your natural experience. And so that will make it so you don't really like harmonize properly into those other realms. So it really does tie back into almost the Buddha in a way, is what I was getting at, and all that. So yeah, I just thought that was super cool. That's the lessons.
Right on. Actually, Jared, you mind you want to take over ahead and post his actual full book in the thread real quick?
Sure, go ahead. Yeah. Okay, Andrew.
That okay, Lucius?
Yeah. Post his book, absolutely. Lucius, I'd like to ask you one question, Andrew, here, respectfully. Do you see cycles then in nature, whether that's revolutions of the moon or the seasons, right? I know you talk about circadian rhythms. Are those, is there anything to those rhythms, I guess, is an open question there?
Yeah, I think so. And I think it's not necessarily a physical cycle. What I'm talking about, it's more of a conscious cycle. So like if you were to consider that our experience is a creation of delta through fast gamma as far as like brainwaves. And if you think of the fifth dimensional vortex of time, each one of those has a distinct orbit. And you could say that those different realms of experience are tidally locked within the dimension of conscious experience. And you could say that they align once a day as far as the circadian rhythm. But that's just our perception of the physical realm. What's more important is the alignments within the conscious realm, the realms of experience. And those align differently than our physical realm aligns. So there's like a difference there as far as physical and conscious, is what I've come to realize. Yeah.
Very cool and very well stated. I appreciate that. Thank you for answering that question. Let's get to Andrew and then Ken and then Qantas.
Thank you very much. I'm going to try to say 4 things really quickly. One is, Lucius, I'm following everything you said. And the first was, that's amazing. I wish we could all learn to do that. In fact, I think we can. I think what you were talking about is called tumo. In the Tibetan Buddhist tradition, they can melt snow. You know, they change their body heat, and you watch that on video, and it's pretty awesome. The other thing is that I'm just reminded of the quote. I'm not sure if it's, never knew how to say his name, the Vietnamese Zen master. I always called him Thich Nhat Hanh, and that's not how you say it. But he crossed over recently. He's helping us a lot. I know that. But he said the miracle is to walk on earth. So that's what I think that some of these, I know people call them ascended masters, but I believe that's a very glamorous term. They are truly masters of living. And so there are those who I think will increasingly, they're not going to come out and beat their chest. They may go out and, unload a bag of food, this continent or Africa or somewhere, and feed the people and plant some trees, but they're not going to be afraid to talk about everything we're talking about and help explain it and, give us some examples. And they'll probably do some magic tricks on television, and people will laugh and say, Hollywood. Well, Hollywood can do magic, but that's a different kind of magic, and they have their own agendas. So, and where this is going is that I just throw this out there, and then maybe another time, another room, or you can ask me, and I'd be happy to talk about it up to a point. Different people have different recall. So I have spent, 50 years and most of my life. I took a picture a while ago and put it on Twitter. I can share it, and it shows a tiny Knight Templar figure, and it's a replica. It's a copy of what I think it's made by the company Tempo. My parents purchased one of those on their honeymoon in Portugal many years ago, And I played with this as a kid. So I know people will say things like, well, then you have screen memories, nothing about ET. You just imagine these things. A psychologist will dance with that all day. Sure, pal. No, I was a Knight Templar. I can tell you who and where. It's not important. But I have recall of about 7 incarnations. And when I say recall, I mean knowledge. I don't mean I can go back and tell you, yeah, and it's like Mary Lou, what is her name? Not Henner, Retton or something. Anyway, there are people who have a recall. If you ask them where they were on some date when they were 15 years old, she can tell you where she was, what the guy she went out with was wearing. And I'm thinking, okay, that should be studied. We want to know how that works, or at least we'd like to understand what that's like. Okay, so when I say recall, at least I do have identity. I can tell you that. That's not what's important. It's more, what does that speak to? And getting to the point, these are different, I guess you say dimensions or layers or worlds. Sometimes we say 5D. Well, 5D is right here. That's your mind, as far as I understand it. And of course, nirvana. Well, what does that mean? Does that mean it's 7D? I don't know. I don't see in those dimensions. I'm not clairvoyant. I close my eyes and it's black. But I can tell you what, it doesn't stay that way forever. And I've seen stuff, and I maybe ate a couple of hits of acid when I was a kid or something like that. And if I'm healthy, and overall I've never been healthier, never had so much water. As in the last few days, I'm eating some kind of organic seaweed from store I bought last night. So I feel like I'm pretty clean right now. And that means if I choose, I don't have to, but if I choose, I might smoke something with you. And if I'm very sure that it's organic and the quality, I know what that's going to do. I can take it or leave it. And sometimes it's enjoyable, but what it really means is know what you're doing to your consciousness, because you are changing something, and it may be activating, receptors, all that stuff's in there anyway, cannabinoid and so forth. But getting to the point, Lucius, you were talking about cycles. So, we have these cycles that we reach them throughout the day. I know a little, but not much. I'm learning about the, alpha, beta, gamma, delta, all that. And I think that some of those will correspond. We're more receptive to these subtler frequencies, to, whether it's higher mind or intuition and so on. And I'm not going to try to wax woo or new agey, but one thing I have learned a lot about, if you asked me 3 days ago, what the hell is Lionsgate? What are you people talking about? Well, I followed a bunch of people, not just because I saw it, but I'm looking on Twitter, I'm reading, and I'm thinking, yeah, these are the people who don't pick up the newspaper and say this fluff pop astrology stuff. No, that's not this. They're interested in, I think they're saying it's Leo. I think that's the energy we're in now. They say that I think it's the 8th of this month will be sort of, I think it's actually the 11th. That's the full moon. And I mean, do you want to know the moon wisdom? Ask your police officers. My sister is she's in the medical profession. She does care for the elderly. They know what happens at the full moon every month. That's very objective. And a farmer can tell you about planting. I know a little bit about that too. So, the cycles of the moon and what they do, they influence our astral body. And at the full moon, it is full on, because the moon is on the other side and it's actually the solar influence, and that pumps us up, and it's hard to control. It really is. So people do crazy things, but more to the point here, what is the Lionsgate portal? What are they talking about? If you want to do the next level kind of research for yourself, just look into that, because you can go to my page and find all that you want on Twitter, because I'll try to share something here. But thank you again for letting me talk. I think this is important. Let's try to look at it as science, you know what I mean, and not, well, woo.
Awesome, dude. Thank you for sharing. Kent, what do you have to respond to that? Thank you.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's a whole bag of cats. I'll avoid for now. There's just so many different angles on it. If I'll just avoid that bag of cats altogether. I wanted to have a look more on, because I like the comparison in the physical parallels to what we're researching, and I wanted to mention Bruce Lee, because I think he was a philosopher as well as a brilliant practitioner, and he wrote a book called Jeet Kune Do, and it was one of the first things I studied judo, but he studied it for 8 years as well, and then he got into this Jeet Kune Do. Point being that he said, what I did was I took the best of all the things I learned, which was Chinese boxing, Wu-Tang, he learned judo, he learned a lot of things, and I combined that with my inner knowledge and inner beliefs into a lethal art form to protect myself and do martial arts. And a lot of the things I've studied on that side of things, martial arts, is about, because even in judo, once you get your black belt, once you start going to your second dan and third dan and fourth dan, you're learning as much philosophy as you are actual physical things. So you have to do katas and you have to do a lot of things. And that's about tuning your body to the chi and actually getting a philosophical approach to, for want of a better word, the art of self-defense or war. And you'll find that almost every military has this element in their self-defense as well. So it's just interesting when you can compare that to messages that we're getting about what's good or bad or a good path or whatever. Even in the physical plane, the masters, the ones that Andrew mentioned, you know, they don't see pain as a physical impact. They see it as just something else that I'm experiencing, and I have to deal with it because I have to carry on. I mean, I've seen people do some really unbelievable things in martial arts. Even Stone Cold Steve Austin, when he nearly broke his neck, even everyone around him said they'll never know how he stood up. It was just pure will, you know. So I think we should include that sort of thing in how that's, you know, maybe an expression of the phenomenon as well.
Right on, Kent. Qantas, you up?
Hey, what's up? Um, I want to say at the beginning here, I love this space so far because usually with that UFO Twitter hashtag, you know, folks spend like 6 hours talking about the latest government lie and, you know, no philosophy, no metaphysics. Like, this has been great. And I'm a man without a tribe, so I'll just, you know, I'll weigh in on the evolution of the phenomena for me. You know, I went from hardcore materialism, atheism, rationalism to, you know, the complete other end of that spectrum over the course of a decade. And, you know, for me, it's an interactive experience. Like, I hear what Andrew's saying, and I feel that, like, every day. It's part of my life. From what I've witnessed, I think it's part of everyone's life. And we all interpret it differently. But I think specifically, if we want to look at things theologically, it's like I see the coevolution of our gods along with us. When you talk about Buddha 2,500 years ago, you know, climbing the mountain, right, getting the light body, and then you move to Jesus, and then you move to Muhammad, and then you move to, you know what I mean? And it's like Nietzsche actually laid it out in one of his letters shortly before his death and said that that was him in all those incarnations. And whether that was a parable or literal, we'll probably never know because we're not Nietzsche, but it works either way. So that's kind of been my trip, and thanks for the space.
Hey, no problem. So if you like philosophy, it's a little segue. So, hey, Matthew, are you there? He's not there. So you were speaking to Qantas, how people take these experiences in different ways. He actually talks about in his book. You'd really enjoy his book, I'm sure. Instead of going, his spirituality came to, oh, there he is. Hey, so Matthew, I was going to ask you, you talk in your book about how you found your spirituality in philosophy. You want to speak on that?
Well, yeah. I mean, so I'm kind of taking in what people are saying, and I view a lot of this stuff very differently. When you talk about, watching what you consume, one of the things in my experiences was I had a dream where I sat down with a Jungian psychoanalyst from Chicago that had recently died in a dream. And he was teaching me about human psychology. And one of the things he said is that people can know something without consciously knowing it. They can know something consciously, but not know it consciously. And the result of that will be that you will feel this pull, right, in a certain direction to do certain acts. And so when I hear like somebody talking about um, basically like watching what you eat, right? I think to myself, that is an allegorical action of something that is happening within, right? And so the philosophical idea of eating or drinking would be to consume something, to consume information, right? And so if you're watching what you're eating, what your subconscious is telling you is to watch what information you are consuming. But that comes across as a physical act because of the whole mirror effect of things. And so that's just the way I kind of interpret a lot of experience that people have. Spiritual thing in so many cultures. And it's a spiritual thing because it's a reflection of the sun, right? And they knew that. It's a reflection of the light of the world, right? And so that light of the world is the human subconscious. And we are a reflection of that. And so through and through, the universe is these layers. Whether we can observe that or not, that's what it is. Another thing is that, you know, I've been talking with this about this stuff to family members, my brother in particular, and every day he'll come to me with something and say, "Oh my gosh, you won't believe what I figured out." And so the other day he came to me and he started talking about how, you know, these fairy tales of, you know, the woman marries the prince and they live happily ever after. He said, well, in real life that doesn't happen, right? So he said, so that's just an allegory for the marriage of the mind with the subconscious, right? Because within my experience, what happened was it was a conditioning of the mind to get me to live the subconscious consciously. And when I did that, it was like a light bulb. I was like, oh my God, like I can see it. I can see it everywhere. Everything that people do throughout their lives, throughout the day, the things they collect, are all acts that are just this pull of the subconscious, right? They're physical manifestations of that. The same is true with people who are, you know, trying to pile up money, or they really like gold, right? Gold is this immortal thing that never dies. And so people want it, right? But why do they want it? Because it's just the physical manifestation of an idea that they're looking for, right? Once you live the subconscious consciously, you realize, holy shit, I am immortal. There's no such thing as death, right? But people don't consciously know that yet. And so they feel this pull, oh, I want gold. I want all of these symbols of immortality, you know? And so that is my philosophy on this whole thing. If that makes sense to anyone, I'm not sure.
It does, Matthew. And can you do me one more favor? I want you to make that Gillibrand point. Can you mention that Gillibrand in case new people came in, tell them get on her about the veteran thing? I'll mention it. So if you guys aren't aware, veterans have to deal with if you go to the VA. So if you happen to be an experiencer, veterans are getting kind of laughed out of there, or you just know not to talk about it. So I've experienced that. So I never thought about it, but I'm going to do that tomorrow. So if you can call and let them know that we need to do something about the mental health, and you know, how are you supposed to? You there, Matthew?
Yeah, and so just call Senator Gillibrand's office, because she was behind this amendment, you know, to offer financial to people who have been, right? And so call her office and let her know that you are being laughed out of the VA, because it's absolute horseshit, it's unacceptable, and it shouldn't be happening.
Part of that probably lies from the VA is just mainly staffed by there's nothing wrong with it, not doctors, but what are the the nurses, licensed fractional nurse, I think what it was, the vast majority. So, but right now, let's see. Anybody got any questions? Okay. Hey, Lush, there?
Yeah, I'm here. I know Andrew has his hand up though, but I'm definitely
I didn't
here.
see that, Andrew. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Andrew.
Okay, there's no way I could follow what you were just saying, Matthew, and I think that's what we need to kind of take with us from a room like this, because it really speaks to the macro level of our experiences, and it puts it into a context and a backdrop which we, or a framework that we need to try to encourage in all of these conversations, since people want to come in and we'll talk about one sighting or one experience, and we just need to see how this fits into these, into this greater framework. And maybe the way that what I was going to actually say ties in with exactly the reminder we just had. Let's make sure that we have a safe space to be able to talk about this, and that as we increasingly do this in our public media, sorry, and on international, global, cosmic television, let's just make sure that people understand. I mean, I know there's some disturbing aspects of all of this, but it's pretty powerful. I think it's transforming every single man, woman, and child on the planet, and probably throughout the local region. So I won't tell you the whole experience, but the reason I originally raised my hand, and I have shared this with a few people, including one of the people that John Mack interviewed when he was alive. But I told her something that, I might have told her too much, but I wanted to make sure she understood. I don't think she batted an eyelash. She's a pretty neat person. She's an artist, and she shows in her art the experiences that she's had. And what I would say is the dream that I shared, it was a dream. I had a very vivid dream. You called it a lucid dream. Long story short, I got 2 kitty cats at my side. I've only ever had cats. I love dogs. I love all animals, frogs, lizards, whatever. But as a child, some of us came in with a little trauma. We had difficulties, and I'm not proud, and brings tears to my eyes, and it's still a pain in my heart. But let me just tell you, I was not always kind to my animals. I didn't throw them around, but let's just say that, I used to, you take sofa cushions and you make, this is personal, but yeah, you make a fort and you put your animal in there, and it's like, how does that cat deal with the dark? And, you love your cat the rest of the time, but, maybe that's an exploration of kind of what it's like to, well, it's an exploration of a lot of things. But long story short, I was already into this. This was years ago when this happened. John Mack was in the same room. My mother still lives in that house. I will see her tomorrow probably. And in that dream, he was not. We didn't talk about ET the whole time. It never came up. I never met John Mack. But in that dream, I can assure you, it was not a screen memory. It was not a Zen master. It was John Mack, and he's a beautiful, loving man. And this, like I said, it's been a few years ago. He basically helped me work through that. I didn't wake up with with crystal clear recall of everything we said. I just knew that I saw my first psychologist when I was 5. So he was talking to me in that dream, and I knew that he was helping me through that. And if I had to guess, I would say he was doing it years ago with full awareness of the kind of thing we're doing today, the need for that. He's been a part of this all along, because as we know, he was a man who would talk to children, young children, and not program them or lead them and say, well, this is what you saw and this is what that means. No, if we go back and listen, if you watch Aerial Phenomenon, you can see for yourself. There's video there. There's footage that people have never seen. And that's the kind of treatment that the topic and the phenomenon and the experience deserves, whether you're a child or, a man of 50. And we may find people that are 100 years old. My mother has had experiences. So, whether people want to volunteer those, you shouldn't really volunteer them for other people. So I try to, except for this exception, I'd rather keep other people's names out of it. And thank you for letting me share that.
Yeah, I've got a question. You said vivid or lucid dream. Do you know the difference between the two? Like lucid dreams, when you're conscious, you become conscious that you're dreaming within the dream. And vivid dream just means you remember like a really meaningful dream.
Okay, yeah, and thank you for that distinction. I would have to say that although I have had more lucid dreams, I don't leave my body consciously. That might be interesting and probably get me in a lot of trouble real quick, because, good Lord, there she is. But anyway, what I would tell you is this: that was more of a vivid dream. It was the kind of thing that you wake up and I have these things happen to daily. Like within the recent days where something happens and you know you participated in it, you know you were really there, but your brain consciousness, brain is very slow, so you're trying to process what just happened maybe in the past 5 minutes, and like that whole dream comes to you as a crystal clear. It's like it's still going on. We all know this transitional state. So that would be a vivid recall, but you're still sort of there and you're processing it and you're feeling that. And because of the nature of who was helping me, even if it was a brief episode, it's like we had worked through, and it really was, a lifetime, a years of trauma, even though it was that event. And I'm just trying to point out how it all kind of, it exists in that moment for you in a way that certainly before you went to sleep and had that experience, it didn't. So I wouldn't necessarily say it's a lucid dream, but it was sure vivid, and it was John Mack. Thank you.
Hey, man, I appreciate you sharing that. Hey, Alexi, you're up next. Hey, before you speak, where do you live at in Florida? I know you're down in Florida.
Yeah, I'm over in Tampa.
Oh, that's not too far. I used to go to Fort Myers every year. We have a place, the timeshare down there, man. So next time I go, if you're still there. But go ahead, Alexi.
Yeah, yes, sir. Was that the question you were going to ask before, or do you have something else you were going to say?
Yeah, no, I was actually going to broach. Actually, thank you for bringing that up. It reminded me. I'm still kind of rounding that through my head. Would you like, so for everyone here, I'm an experiencer, but it's mainly orbs, plasma. I post some of the stuff in the thread or in the links. You can see them. But I actually broached the subject with Alexa the other day, according to his book, and he had an interesting theory. I'd like you to put it out there to make complete sense. You want to run over that real quick? About the plasma?
Yeah, I mean, for sure. And it does tie back into what Matthew was just saying about the subconscious, becoming aware of the subconscious.
Yeah, do yours first, your question, then get to mine.
Okay, cool. So basically I was going to talk about what Matthew was saying, just, we all have our own perspectives and we all have our way to decipher and communicate the information. But the way I see it too, and I totally agree with everything that Matthew was just saying, is that the physical somewhat becomes a complete reflection of your subconscious pacings, which are ultimately like the karma that you're holding, right? And so that's why I was talking about the importance of programming your subconscious if you're not lucid in your dreams. But the second you really become aware of like returning to zero, removing all of those pacings, you can harmonize your consciousness essentially into dreamland. And that's when you start getting like the super lucid dreams. But to tie that back into what Old Vet was just kind of asking about, I mean, honestly, dude, that's like 500 pages of information. But like in the simplest terms, we live in a black hole. And when energy is going into a black hole, you could say that it starts from the outer regions and drifts inwards. And so when you think about harmonics and size of experience, we have, delta through fast gamma, and we only perceive the waking universe with our alpha, beta, and maybe slow gamma state of consciousness. So basically what I'm trying to say is that like, as the raw energy of experience, you could say like the raw loosh, right? As that is coming into the black hole, before it's even in our awake state, alpha and beta, it interacts with our dreamland. And basically, if you're not lucid in your dreams, your subconscious will be what's interacting with this energy. And so that somewhat creates potentially the reflections that you see in your wake state. So it does seem to tie all in there. I don't know if that answered Old Vet, or if you want me to expand more.
Oh, I was actually talking about when you were talking about plasma, it made sense to you because plasma, if you want to leave nothing behind, like whenever you go camping and stuff like that, remember you were talking about that? Because I asked you about ball lightning, plasma, orbs, and you said, that does make sense because if it pokes through with plasma, it leaves less trace.
Yeah, no, that actually did come up in my mind earlier today, actually. And so say we live in these layers of creation, say there's less dense realms and more dense realms of conscious experience. So like I was just kind of saying, we only perceive reality with our alpha and beta state. And everything is relative, right? Our entire physical experience is relative. And so when they say the universe is expanding, that's kind of nonsense. We live in a black hole instead. But basically, all energy is relative. And so what I was getting at was that there's less dense realms and more dense realms. And when it comes to matter or our physical experience, all we all have is solid, liquid, gas, and plasma. And from my understanding, plasma is like the least dense of all of those. And so if you wanted to leave no trace behind, as far as like enter a physical realm without leaving a trace, you would be in the plasma state. I think that's what I was getting at.
Yeah. Also, I'll point out too, when it comes to like plasma physics is like one of the least understood branches of physics too. So when it comes to that kind of stuff, everybody keeps talking about, these crafts doing crazy things and these orbs and everything, and nobody can understand like what's going on behind it. It could just be that we just don't understand that part of plasma physics yet.
I totally agree with that statement for sure. I mean, that's what I was saying. Like, from my understanding, when it comes to plasma, because like you just said, it's a very, you could say, new or kept secret field of physics. Yeah, totally, man.
Appreciate it, Lexi. Kent, you're up.
Yeah, I wanted to mention to you guys about on that density subject. There was, and just tying it into a Buddha thing, if you don't mind, just for a comparison. There was I can't remember the proper name of the state that they achieved, but it's that one I talked about where they stop eating and stop drinking and basically shrink down and become at one with the universe. And there was a documented case, and I really wish I could find it to post it for you. But it was photographs of this monk that was apparently the last one to be documented as achieving this thing. And as he was achieving it, his body was shrinking and they had photographs of his body getting smaller and smaller and smaller as he achieved that. And then he was put inside a glass case, what was left.
Yeah,
And
is
it was
that the
only
thing where
like
they
a
like
foot high.
self-mummify? Is that what you're talking
Yes,
about?
yeah. And they self-mummify over quite a long period. And these photographs were apparently documentation of his body actually physically shrinking down smaller and smaller, and that the part that was left, I think they put it inside a case to be, revered and worshipped and stuff. And yeah, and there was only this small part of him left. It was just interesting that sort of in a physical way maybe even ties in a bit with what Alex was talking about.
Is that also similar to? Didn't they find in one of the Buddha statues? They actually found a monk that had done that to himself. He self mummified. I do
Yeah,
believe that's the case.
there's I think if I remember the number correctly, there's 143 examples of the body, what's left of the bodies of Buddhist monks who've achieved this level, and I've been there. I've been to a couple of them.
I've seen that, Ken.
Yeah,
That's a good point.
One of the pictures I saw, like I got the vibe like that dude's still alive somewhere in there. I don't even know what's going on right now.
Yeah, it
if you
looks like
use,
his skin just slightly
yeah.
off the color.
If I could mention too, guys, under Curlian photography, which is an old way of measuring, photographing auras, they photographed a 3,000-year-old Egyptian mummy, and it still presented a very faint trace of an aura, and it was a blue color. And that actually ties back into the blue color we were discussing later on. After 3,000 years, this thing still had a glimpse of an energy field still inside it. Yeah.
And the Egyptians were the first ancient civilization to use blue pigmentation in their stuff.
Good point.
Wasn't it the Sumerians though, Mike?
Are you sure? I mean, I thought it was Egyptians was purple. Purple. That's what I'm thinking of.
Yeah, the Aztecs were the ones who apparently developed azure, which is that sort of
that's
misty
Terra.
blue color.
Yeah. You're right.
Hey, by the way, guys, probably want to follow Kent and Mind Escape. If you enjoy that old stuff, Sumerian stuff, he's got a great podcast. Check him out too. I think I already put that. No, I haven't put it in the thread yet. But Taylor, you got the mic.
Hello. I was just kind of wanted to get y'all's take on what is going on here. This group seems to be a group very interested in UFOs and aliens and stuff that's probably done a lot of research. And for new people,
I think you muted yourself on accident, Taylor.
And actually, I had to look it up, not to refute Kent, but I was right. It was the ancient Egyptians were the first to create the blue pigment 6,000 years ago, and then the Mayans did have it too, but the Mayans were later on, a lot closer to us than 6,000 years ago.
Oh, okay, mate. Yeah, no. Hey, no. Oh, we always need to learn more.
We're both
I
right.
try
I
to
mean,
remember
because
a
the
lot of
Mayans,
shit.
we're both right. The Mayans did have it. So
I think you guys need to have a dance off. That's the only way this is going to be solved.
Taylor, can you repeat your question again? Because I think your
Yeah,
mic got
Taylor.
cut off.
Yeah, your mic went out, Taylor. So can you
Okay.
go again, please?
I was just saying, like, for the new people who aren't very well versed in this phenomena, what do y'all think? I was asking on y'all's opinion of what y'all think is going on here, like what y'all think aliens are.
All right. Does anybody want to answer that? I'll tell you what I think. I think it's a combination of things. I don't think it's just one phenomenon. I think there's a lot of different types of phenomenon. Speaking on aliens per se, I think maybe one of the other hosts here could probably answer that one better.
I'll say, I'm going to say it's multiple. It's the only thing I can think of. And I don't, but where I stand is I don't think any of us, even the people who have the most knowledge of this, can begin to understand or know what this is. So even Bledsoe's and, whatever they experience, because just from my perspective, Matthew had talked about it earlier, what are they going to want? We're less than monkeys to these people, there's so many things. So sometimes as humans, this is the thing that gets a lot of us, as experiencers. We want to find meaning in things, right? And if your life is void of those subjects, such as a mental patient like I was, an addict at a time or whatever, and you have an experience, suddenly that one meaning, everything becomes meaning. So it's a really deep rabbit hole, right? So I'm pretty sure that there's a reason for that. I'm not trying to say it's this whole spiritual thing or whatever. I'm trying to say that there's so many varied experiences. And then I even take in some of the experiences that include, people have seen things like in Kentucky, the Goblin, things like that, right? All these different things happening. So from my perspective, I don't think that maybe possibly ultra terrestrial, possibly interdimensional, maybe some ET. ET would be the hardest one, like extraterrestrial being not from here, because that's a whole traveling at the speed of light. But then again, if they've mastered gravity, they don't really necessarily need to do the speed of light thing. So it's a whole mess I can't get into. That's the thing that Lexi, someone smart, can. But
can I jump in really quick and just add like a different
yes, go ahead, Mike.
perspective completely? So as you mentioned, there's the ET hypothesis, there's the interdimensional hypothesis. This is something I've been throwing around for a while, and it's just a thought experiment. It's not saying I fully believe this, but I think that I like to weigh all the different options. If you're really after truth, you kind of have to play both sides and think of things that maybe you don't want to be the case, just to balance it out. So one thing I've been thinking of is like this idea that the phenomenon could be part of our minds in the sense that not that we're not what we're experiencing is real. It is real. However, it could be a manifestation of the mind, like some sort of Jungian archetype symbol that's it's like somebody dangling a carrot in front of us, except we're dangling it in front of ourselves because we keep dangling these mysteries and it keeps pushing us further and further and further and further. We keep evolving. So I think it might have to do with something like if there is nothing external, let's say there is no interdimensional aliens, there is no beings, and there is no AI von Neumann probes or anything like that. I think at very least you could say that this is manifestations of our own mind that's pulling us along as some sort of evolutionary mechanism. Again, I'm not saying I fully believe that. I'm just saying this is my hypothesis that I've been throwing around for a while now. People have similar hypotheses. I think Jacques Vallée has more of like an external being version of that, but I like to throw around just the idea that we're doing this to ourselves to push ourselves further so we keep evolving and keep growing and keep moving.
I'd really like that hypothesis. Taylor, what's your take on this? What brought you into this whole topic? What do you think about it?
So I come from more of first of all, I struggle with them being quote like an extraterrestrial because even the CIA concluded that they don't think that these things are coming from outer space on on like FBI archives or CIA archives, they said that like there's no evidence these things are coming from outer space, so they like seem to be interdimensional. Well, then, if that's the case, then what are they? Because there's many things that are interdimensional, like ghosts and many other things like that. So at that point, you just start kind of looking into more interdimensional stuff instead of biology and normal, matter. You start looking into metaphysics and stuff like that. So I have concluded they're probably not coming from outer space. And since back in the day, they used to say that they came from Mars until we realized that they cannot possibly live on Mars. Like Mars is uninhabitable. It's like very desolate. And so now, like they're saying they live on Zeta Reticula, and so if the Greys did say they lived on Mars, now we see they don't. Like, are they always honest? What are their motives? And like them being interdimensional brings it to a whole new level of, okay, what are they? And so that's like, that opens a whole nother wormhole.
I totally agree. That's why the whole, if you follow the book, the Skinwalker books, and all those type of things, and some of the different hypotheses and things like that, especially when they talk about the portals that open, different things like that. But in my mind, sometimes I often think, when I think about that, it's almost like those are test sites. It's like those are the places that if you go, this stuff's going to happen. So they're messing with you. It almost feels like a little, trickster thing. But who knows?
Shane, could I jump in a quick one on the
Go
ET
ahead, Ken,
side?
then it's Lexi.
Yeah, just a quick one on the ET side. With a couple of my experiences, the only thing that made sense to me that it was a non-human intelligent form of craft. A couple of the things I've seen definitely seem to me, and I know the whole, does your mind produce it? But one of them, I had a witness standing next to me. We were in the middle of Paris. It wasn't the context to see a combined hallucination with a guy who had a completely different cultural background. That was a triangle with lights on each corner. That zigzagged in front of us, and I said to, his name was Fred, I said to Fred, did you see that? And he said, yep, absolutely, I saw it too. The other one was a craft that went over the house here, the farm, and that seemed to be organic. It was shaped like a canoe. I've told the story a few times, but it made 4 90-degree turns in a U shape in front of me, over my head. So that appeared to be, and with the imagination or delusional aspect, the thing I struggle with is, why would I see something that made absolutely no sense to me? Because I've got a very engineering type
You're
background.
looking at it from the wrong perspective. That's not really what I was saying is, there's something there, almost like how the ancient Greeks believed in the Greek gods, or the Egyptians believed in the pantheon of Egyptian gods. They believed those gods were real. They were controlling physical phenomena around them, right? So, but we know later on, when science comes around, there's actually natural explanations for why boats sink. It's not Poseidon,
I accept that, Mike. But if I can finish my point.
But I guess I have a problem with the words you were using, because I assume you were referring to what I was saying, and delusional, I would never use that word in context.
No. I'm sorry, mate. I'm being more general, because I'm saying
Okay.
a lot of people do go down the
Okay.
delusional
Sorry, I thought you were speaking to
hallucination.
what I was saying.
No. I try to talk in general terms, mate. The point I wanted to make, even Stanton Friedman said it. And someone asked me the other day if I agreed. Not that I'm important, but I said, yeah, I agree with him that it appears that some aspects of the phenomenon lend itself to an extraterrestrial origin. And the reason I say that is because even if you're talking about interdimensional objects, if they're interfacing with our physical world, it would appear that at least some of them would need to manifest in a physical form. So therefore, if it's intelligent enough to travel that spectrum, then maybe it can manifest itself as a craft, or as an angel, or as a da-da-da-da-da-da-da. So and mate, I don't mean any. I love listening to you. I think you're a very balanced man. So I don't disrespect anything you say.
Oh, I wasn't. I just wanted to point out
Yeah.
that I would not, like
Yeah.
hallucinations, delusional. I don't use those words only because we don't know what the fuck's going on with our minds. I guess that was my point. So.
Yeah, and all I wanted to say was I think that I'll be quiet in a sec. I just wanted to say I think that a lot of the evidence points to some type of physical craft that can transverse very, very large distances. Now that might even be controlled by thought. You know, we talk about interactive consciousness. That might be controlled by thought. Maybe that's why we can't drive the ones we recover, is because it needs to be controlled by a thought process by the beings that made it. So, yeah, no, it's just something I wanted to throw in there. I think there's a lot of evidence that at least some aspects of it is a physical, non-Earth craft that comes here from somewhere else.
Yeah, I mean, you bring up a lot of great points. There's just a lot that we still don't know. And I think we have Lucius, and then we're going to go to Screen, and then Robin.
Right on. And totally. Thank you again for letting me speak. And I just wanted to say that and this is just my opinion from, my experience with the phenomenon personally, is that it's a combination of both, and that our understanding of space-time is fundamentally backwards to begin with, because we like I just mentioned earlier, maybe we think the universe is expanding from every single point in space and time. Well, there's also a moment when we used to think that the sun went around the earth. But when you really get into Einstein's theory of relativity, you notice that all physical experience is relative to your frame of motion. And when you realize that everything is in a state of orbit, well, you could say that our entire dimension is in a state of orbit. And so when you realize that perception is being stretched and crunched, not the universe expanding, but our perceptions are being stretched based off of our relative frame of motion, and that we're created by all the different densities of creation to begin with, you realize there's the overlapping of dimensions that all exist simultaneously in the greater now kind of thing. And so when it comes to them being interdimensional, well, I do think they're interdimensional. I think it has a lot to do with consciousness, because it's how our perception perceives layers of electromagnetic density is an easy way to put it. And so I think that's the big thing that's going to end up coming out of this, is that maybe the universe isn't expanding. Maybe we live in a black hole. These things are just moving literally like a millimeter within the dimension of density, and now they're appearing within our perception. The stars aren't really that far away. That's kind of where I'm heading to with all of it.
What does density mean? Like our field of density?
Yeah, I was going to ask you what you mean by it, because there is a woo version of density that's like raw material stuff that people use, talking about like star seeds and stuff like that. And I know you're a more scientific person, so I guess that's why I was curious what you meant.
Yeah, no, I speak about electromagnetic density and how that would manifest from a fifth dimension. And what I mean by that is that every single frequency has a very specific, every frequency has a wavelength. And when we're talking about the human condition, which is ultimately our information exchange is controlled by a factor of the speed of light, I like to think of electromagnetic density and how those overlap in different ways. And so when it comes to human perception, you could say our base wave would be the delta wave, which is 1 hertz, and that's the longest wave of creation. And if you put that in a black hole, well, it has a very specific orbital distance and diameter. And so when you go to your theta, well, that ends up fractaling in to be 1/4 of the diameter. Then your alpha is 1/4 of that. Your beta is 1/4 of that. And so each one of our conscious tunings is, in my opinion, if you want to say that the brain is like an antenna, each one of our conscious tunings is literally picking up on a different field of information within the vortex of time, which is the greatest black hole of all moments. And so I think that that's what I mean by density, is like electromagnetic density within a black hole.
See, my only problem with that theory is like biologically, like as humans, like each one of our organs has a different resonance of like frequency. So like your heart has a different like electromagnetic frequency than like your brain or like your kidneys or like your liver. So it's like, how does that all make one EMF field in a human if they're like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, totally. And so they have to be tidally locked, is a really way of thinking about it. And so your body is literally tidally locked within the fifth dimension to give you a constant physical manifestation of your body. And so that's why you have the overlapping of the densities of creation, creating all the different chakra points. And when they like properly align, right, is when you have awesome stuff happen.
Got it. Cool. I'm gonna have to check out
I
your
was
book,
just
Lucius.
because you were saying about the black hole. Like I had this weird psychedelic experience where I had this thought that all the black holes will keep sucking in everything, and then there'll be one last black hole left, and it'll suck everything in, and then the Big Bang will happen again, and this shit will just keep repeating over and over and over. Maybe different variations, but it'll be the same stuff.
Yeah, I mean, we're totally living in a fractal experience in all aspects of creation, you could say, and from my experience, from my understanding, right? So just to make that clear, this isn't fact. And if human perception is limited by a factor of the speed of light, well, that clearly explains why we can't see past the cosmic microwave background and why we can't see into black holes. It's literally a dimension of density that's orbiting the center of all moments. And so, in a way, you could say that our conscious experience was created when energy hit the Schwarzschild radius of a black hole. But within our experience, we see energy drifting into black holes of every galactic center. And so it's like we're one part of a structure that's growing into the, in quotes, sixth dimension, or like a flower blossoming towards a greater sun, right?
Sir Roger Penrose on Joe Rogan was talking about aliens. Oddly enough, he got him to talk about aliens, and he said he doesn't, necessarily, he says the possibilities obviously are good that they're out there, but he doesn't think that anything's come here. But he had an interesting theory when it comes to kind of what I was talking about, that if there has been multiple universes, that the way that you would communicate from one eon to another would be to encode all the knowledge or all the information into light. And obviously light's the most important thing that we have, because we probably wouldn't exist without light. So
Just a quick one, if you don't mind, Lucius. On
Actually,
the
can
oh,
we
sorry,
can you hold on? Because that screen's been I'm mixing up my words here. Waiting patiently for so long, so just want to have him pop
yeah,
in,
sorry.
and then you can go ahead.
Yeah, cool. Sorry.
Hey, thanks, Joe. I originally put my hand up. I forget what for now. I've been trying to jot down some notes, but it was like right before somebody mentioned the Carillion photography. Um, I kind of find it interesting. It all ties in. Like consciousness being like maybe manifesting these things in a way, even though they're clearly are like physical. It's almost like they're a tulpa of some sorts. And the Kabbalion, talks about three forms of creation, with thought being the last one. So it kind of goes into like how strong belief can be, and why the news and stuff like that, that's a whole different subject, but why they try to control the way people think, if in a sense maybe people could actually be affecting reality with the way they think. um that kind of like opens up a whole new can of worms for it, and everybody kind of knows you kind of have to be open to this stuff to when you start experiencing it. So I find that super interesting, and because everything kind of seems like it works like a radio, or it's like a signal type deal. Also, the y'all were talking about the blue dyes and stuff like that. Uh, I thought it was super interesting that the pigments of the blue dyes on the terracotta soldiers were actually like quantum in nature, like when electromagnetic fields are applied, they lose their density, or like change dimension. And then back to the belief thing. All these old like stuff built by the Freemasons, like Statue of Liberty, Eiffel Tower. They're all like a brass alloy, which I think is kind of similar to what they were doing with orichalcum, almost like a superconductor for manifesting. I think it's literally all about the belief. So I just wanted to throw that out there. Thanks.
That's awesome. I actually love that you mentioned the Kabbalion. That's one of my favorite texts. I recommend that everybody read it. It's free online. It's from like 1901 or like 1908, so you can just find it in a PDF and print it at home. It was actually Kent that brought up Carillion photography. So if Kent, if you want to jump in, and then we'll hear from Robin. Thank you for waiting so patiently.
Yeah, no. I talk too much anyway, but yeah, I found that because I started getting ideas about this way back in the 70s and 80s. So Kirlian photography at the time, we didn't have spectrum analyzers like that then, and public access to that sort of technology. So we just found I spoke to a lady that called herself a white witch, and she said she could see auras. And she said when people have conversations, she knows which one's dominant by the way the auras interface. And Kirlian photography was a way of photographing any biological form's energy field. And like if you cut a leaf in half, it still shows a full leaf in the energy field. Even some amputees have been photographed with extensions to their physical limbs in an energy field. So I sort of tried to link that to what we're discovering now about the spectrum of existence and how we're interfacing with it. So yeah, that's why I sort of mentioned Kirlian photography. And yeah, so that was, yeah, I'll sit back and wait for the discussion again, and I'll come back in.
Hey, sorry, I forgot to even mention my point on that. It was about like the aura is almost like our charge. A battery actually weighs more when it's charged up. So you could argue that is consciousness itself, since we lose some weight when we die.
Well, yeah, if I can respond there, we had an interesting incident once offshore. We had a gentleman that passed away, and we have a recovery team to deal with emergencies offshore. So we had to get the gentleman from where he passed away in his sleep to the heli deck so we could evacuate him. And you would normally think a man that weighs about 65, 70 kilos would be, able to be picked up by two people or, evacuated quite easily. We had four burly, strong emergency response men trying to respectfully remove this gentleman from the facility. And it was a nightmare. I mean, it really was. It was so, and the thing that we all said to each other was, whenever we've had to move people that are alive, even if they're really badly injured, it's an effort, but it's doable. But removing a person who's moved on, and we used to use the term moved on, was a whole different bag of fish. It was like they were twice or three times as heavy. Just an interesting thought on that, yeah.
Well, hey, I'm going to make a little program comment here. You guys know that if you're new to spaces, you notice there's some new tools down in the right corner. So basically, what these spaces are, it's an archive of knowledge for experiencers or whatever topic you want to talk about. This is being recorded, so when you speak, we get questions, answers. Well, if you have a topic you want to bring up, put it in the thread before you do, if you can, or if you know about the topic, go ahead and throw it in the thread. And all of this makes it that much easier when somebody goes back and listens to go through it and listen to people and their answers.
You can make clips too, can't you?
Yeah. I haven't figured that out yet. I keep trying to figure it out, man. Hey, it's a lot. I'm half crazy. So, all right. Who was up next? Was it Robin or Taylor?
It was Robin, I believe, and then.
Okay, Robin, go ahead and go. Then Taylor.
Yeah, I was actually going to respond to Taylor and her question. So obviously, her question is the $1 million question that everybody here and elsewhere is trying to answer. And you got people in all fields of science and people with religious backgrounds and historians, and everybody is trying to answer that simple question. And it's funny to me, as I sit and listen to people, and I listen to everybody's opinions and everything. Everybody has their thoughts on it. It sounds a lot like it always reminds me of like listening to a group of 5-year-olds arguing over where babies come from. None of them know where the babies come from, but because their parents won't tell them, and so they just sort of make up stories and guess at where they think they're coming from. Maybe one of them actually knows, even if he did actually know because his parents told him. If he told the rest of the group, they wouldn't believe him, So it's one of those scenarios like that where we're all sort of groping in the dark at what it might be. I don't have the answers either, I don't believe, but I do have maybe some thoughts about what it might be or what it might not be, that I've sort of narrowed it down a little bit with my thinking. I could be wrong. Based on my personal experiences, prior to having any, sightings of UFOs, I was in the ET camp. I had been reading books about extraterrestrials, and I was totally on board that that's what they were. But when I started having my own experiences and seeing them, I started questioning that, that it didn't make sense that would be extraterrestrial, like that sighting I told you about a little while ago with the cigar-shaped craft, After seeing that, I began to question things a lot more because it was like, well, that craft looked too similar to man-made things to be coincidence, It wasn't flying like a man-made airplane. It was doing things, that a man-made airplane would not do. Didn't have any wings. It was able to stay in a fixed position and sort of pivot itself in position where it was. When it left, it sort of took off real fast. So I was like, but it started making me think, well, okay, so this maybe isn't human, but it maybe doesn't seem extraterrestrial either. And so I started going down a rabbit hole over years of thinking of things and piecing things together. And to me, I'm looking at it now going, okay, well, either A, this is something that is sort of, internal to us, or B, maybe there are some other beings, of another species maybe, that lives here on Earth, because there's too many things about them that suggest that they're from here, that they're, in one way or another, that they have a relationship to us as humans. In some cases, they even seem to have relationships to individuals. And that doesn't make sense if you think, that they're coming from, Zeta Reticuli, that doesn't add up very much to me anyway, logically. So I'm thinking it seems more likely that whatever they are, they have a relationship to us, and they live here, maybe permanently, or maybe most of the time, or maybe some of them. Maybe there are extraterrestrials. I won't be shocked at all if NASA comes up, after they get the James Webb pointing around out there, come back and tell us, hey, we get proof of extraterrestrial life. That wouldn't be a shock in one bit. But I do think that the things that we're experiencing here, on a regular basis, are more likely in one way or another. They're here. They're from here. They're not extraterrestrial. That's my opinion, based on what I've seen and what I've learned about the subject. But again, I'm just another 5-year-old, telling you where babies are coming from. So don't take it from me. You're gonna have to try to figure it out together. Hopefully, as scientists get involved and start researching this further, things will come to light, and we'll be able to get some consensus about what is really going on. But for right now, your question that you asked, Taylor, I don't know that anybody can answer it.
Well, I'd like to say thank you to Nora for co-hosting. I think she's getting ready to take off. We'll have to do this again. Taylor, you're up.
I'm glad you mentioned that, like, they're here, because I completely agree they're coming from here, and that kind of opens up, like, okay, well then, like, what are they? There is a group of people who did research what aliens were, and a while back. Is anybody familiar with the Collins Elite? Okay. Well, if you are, then you know that they did a bunch of research into trying to figure out what these things were. And at the end of the day, they said that they're not, what they concluded was that they're not nice. They're benevolent. And the CIA did a bunch of projects with them. And has anybody heard of the Babylon working ritual by Aleister Crowley and Jack Parsons?
I haven't heard of that per se, but I have the people.
Yeah, I mean, I know all about what you're talking about. So you're basically just saying that they've concluded these things. This is where everybody in the government thinks that these things are like demons or daemons or evil entities.
Well, they were able to conjure UFOs. Aleister Crowley wrote the I guess I should call them like Kabbalist books for the Freemasons, and Luciferian books, and that was Aleister Crowley. And the Freemasons actually have to pledge to Aleister Crowley whenever they start getting deep in the Freemasons. And anyway, yeah, him and Jack Parsons did a Babylon working ritual in the, I think, Mojave Desert, and so they were able to actually contact UFOs and stuff. And then Jack Parsons, so they needed to close the portal, because it was like an open portal. And then so Jack Parsons actually got a space blown off in the lab, And so the portal's still open, and then so that's a theory that they're still coming through these portals, and that's like something else that CERN is doing, is trying to keep these portals open for things to be able to come through them.
Yeah.
And I had a question about the Schwartz. Somebody said consciousness came from the Schwarzschild's radius, and I just wanted him to elaborate on that.
Alexi?
Yeah, I mean, it ties back into everything you're saying. And like, so what is a demon? What is an angel? A demon is a being that comes from a denser realm of creation. And well, like, what is a denser realm of creation? It's a manifestation of human stillness. So when it comes
demons
to
they used to call them bringers of knowledge, because the demons used to come down and teach them stuff, like the Watchers from the Book of Enoch. But that's not the definition of demon.
demon, right, is small god.
Do you want the original definition from like ancient Egypt, or?
Oh, I thought just from. Yeah.
Demon comes from daemon in ancient Greek. Daemon is an entity, a metaphysical entity. Like it is said, Socrates used to walk around talking to his daemon, which some people believe to be some sort of metaphysical entity. Later, it's been speculated it could have been his like own mind, his self. But yeah, the word demon comes from daemon. But there has been entities associated with being demons that go all the way back to ancient Sumer, like Pazuzu and all those. But even some of those entities weren't all bad. They had some positive attributes as well.
So what did the daemon mean?
Daemon just meant metaphysical entity. It didn't have any sort of positive or negative connotation.
Bringers of knowledge, because they would.
That's Lucifer. Lucifer's is from Latin, which means bringer of light.
Also Lucius. But I wanted to just say, like, basically, from my understanding, what you were asking about the Schwarzschild radius, that's the event horizon of a black hole. So, like, the actual point where light can't escape, essentially. And so, if you want to say, like,
I thought that the Schwarzschild's radius was the smallest a black hole needed to be for it actually to become a black hole. So if you take a bunch of matter and you shrink it down, the Schwarzschild's radius is going to be the smallest that it can be to like become a black hole, the most condensed that some matter can be.
Yeah, so I'm talking about the event horizon of the black hole.
Yeah, the event horizon, right?
Right, and so depending on how big the black hole is or how massive it is, the Schwarzschild radius changes accordingly.
Right.
Yeah, because that's directly related to the event horizon. So basically, what I'm trying to say is that at each one of those boundary layers, meaning each harmonic distance, there's a different experience being had from the center of the black hole, the biggest black hole of all time, the center of all moments. And so when it comes to like energy, it comes in through the less dense realms and into the center of time. So it essentially spirals around through what I call like the habitable spiral of perception, which is related to the spiral of creation that's tidally locked and accelerating towards center light speed. Point being is that the demons, in quotes, come, and so angels would come from less dense realms, meaning like further away from the center of time. They interact with the energy before it even hits our layer. But demons come from denser realms of creation, and they're a manifestation of human stillness. And so through, you could say, magic squares, you can literally harmonize different layers of experience to bring demons out or angels in, is kind of what I was getting at. So it definitely ties back into what you're saying.
But if we're living in the black hole event horizon, wouldn't we just get all pulled in, because that's kind of what the black hole does?
All energy.
Like, what is going?
I mean, there's real theories within. This isn't like there's one like a white hole theory, which is what he's talking about, where it's almost like anything that gets sucked into a black hole, there could be this thing called a white hole on the other side where it pops you out, and then maybe the matter rearranges in a certain way, and maybe that's what we are. I think that's where he's going with this.
No, I mean, it is a real theory what I'm talking about, because all energy is relative to your experience. My work literally got passed to Avi Loeb, like it was handed to them by Luis Elizondo. So I don't think he would have done that if I was just kind of like making stuff up. So like the point being is that like all energy is relative to our experience. And so from every point within our dimension, we think the universe is expanding. But in reality, it's a layering of densities of creation, and our perceptions are being stretched. So based off of our inertial reference frame as we orbit the center of all moments. So there's like denser realms and there's less dense realms. That's just my understanding. And again, it hasn't been scientifically proven. But
right.
Yeah, I mean, that's
so
what I'm
is
talking about.
the black hole in a universe, or is the black hole the universe?
The greatest black hole of all time, you could say, is like the Om of God, or like the greatest Om of all creation. But as far as our perception within time, it's literally a certain point from the distance of the center of all moments. And so literally our perceptions are being stretched and crunched into experience, where we have a layering of 1/2 past and 1/2 future. And so our future, if you want to think about it, I have drawings of all this stuff, but our future is being crunched to us and stretched away. But then our past is somewhat reverting back to normal. And so that's where the whole fundamental concept of space, time, and everything is almost wrong, in my opinion, to where like literally the galaxies are literally an inch away in this dimension of density. And that when we look at the past and we look at those galaxies, we're literally looking at the space between atoms but being stretched out and just harmonizing with our dimension. So it's like a complete like misunderstanding of space-time to begin with.
So how did this black hole, like what created the black hole?
The original thought. I mean,
Turtles
that's
all the way
what
down.
we're saying, like what created
So-
everything, right? God.
So hold on one sec. So you guys, good questions and answers, but Taylor, I was going to point out too, I actually put his whole book in the thread. He wants that knowledge out there. So he's got that whole book in there. He also, on his Twitter feed, he does a lot of pictures and stuff, and he explains it all way better than, you know what I'm saying? So we're going to move on to Kent next. I appreciate the questions and answers, and turtles all the way down.
But wait, I wanted to hear somebody's comment on the Collins Elite. Like nobody said anything about that.
Oh yeah, we've heard of them. I hadn't heard the experiment. I know who the Collins Elite is. Matter of fact, they talking recently. They were trying to say, you know, with this whole was trying to keep, you know, destroy Lou thing. That's who was a part of it. The Collins Elite.
If you're interested in hearing about it, a good person is Chris Wolford.
There you go.
He talks a lot about it on here.
Hey, also let me shamelessly plug. Check out Lucia's book. You got Matthew's got a book, and you got Mind Escape in here. He's got a hell of a podcast, so he's co-host. Check that shit out. Kent, you're up. Go.
Yeah, so on the fractals, Alexi, there's the 1600s. It was the French guy who first postulated fractals, and then you had the Mandelbrot set. The thing I found interesting, because I remember when they made the announcement that the Mandelbrot set was the thumbprint of God, there was that calculation that gets ever increasingly bigger and ever increasingly smaller at the same time and creates the Mandelbrot shape in the middle. So my question is that a mathematical confirmation of the intelligence of matter? And if it is, and I think you would know far better than me, when they started using it as a calculation basis, because we use it for super in-depth. When you're looking from a satellite, they use fractology to be able to zoom in on stuff, the self-replicating concept. But is that an indication of intelligence? I think it is. I think that that's an indication that there's an element of design to every form of matter, and that probably the Mandelbrot set was the closest we've come so far to a mathematical equation that equals it.
Honestly, the way you described it just now is perfect. And that consciousness exists within all different, and totally just theory, right? And philosophy in a way. That consciousness exists at all those different dimensional levels. And so, yeah, like the matter itself is conscious. And our entire human perception is like one crystal that's, you know, from a bigger perspective would just look like a grain.
I use the cafe latte approach. I say we're all bubbles in the big latte of the universe.
There you go, man. Like seriously, and it gets bigger and it gets smaller. I mean, that's kind of like just what I've always known to be true to me is, you know, the as above is as below kind of mentality. Yeah, that's kind of where I go
That's
with
like
it.
Freemason.
What do you say?
No, as above, so below. As within, so without. It's from the Emerald Tablet, Hermes
Taylor,
Trismegistus.
you'd probably recognise the term "it pays to be cautious." It's interesting because I'm a Wilson, so I'm not of that cohort, but my father was, and he would tell. I mean, he was from the Grand Lodge in Edinburgh, so he was quite high up there, and he would never tell me anything about it. But through my own research, what I find interesting about the Masons was that their basic philosophy was for the good of humanity, which I thought was really good. And
So
I don't want to
yeah,
go any that.
to
Yeah,
be a Mason, I believe you cannot be Catholic, but you have to believe in some higher powers, from my understanding, from people I've talked to. I've been
yeah,
invited.
yeah,
I've never gone, but I have been invited by two different people. But yeah, they call it the Grand Architect of the Universe. So take
yeah,
that what you.
yeah. It's interesting you say that because my father became a Mormon, and he said one of the problems was he's not really allowed to become a Mormon if he's a Mason. So I mean, put it this way, he took it that seriously. I mean, I was his son. Um, he never showed me his tools. He never showed me. Mum was an Eastern Star, so she showed me a little bit, but it was really interesting. I mean, it's really deep stuff, and he took it. And I mean, he was a very, very intelligent man. He took it really, really seriously, eh?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And anybody who's interested, a good Freemason example to follow would be Randall Carlson. I don't know if anybody's heard of Randall Carlson. We've had him on our podcast a couple times, but he's all about the symbolism. He's all about the metaphysical aspects of it. Yet he's pretty practical, and he's really, really good with sacred geometry. So he has a really practical approach to it.
Doesn't he have by the way, hello, I'm back. Doesn't he have an amazing video on the sacred geometry of the pyramid and how many different numbers kind of go into that kind of
Yeah,
thing?
so he does that. We've even done, I think we did a Patreon
He
with him
also
where
is the one that
he went on
broached
for
that
like an
great flood
hour.
theory, right?
What was that?
He's the one that also talks about. He's the one that I think broached that whole theory about that huge flood, and all
Yeah.
through.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
He's the
absolutely.
younger dryas impact hypothesis person. Obviously there's a few different people. There's George Howard, who is the co-author of that paper, and there's a ton of scientists that have signed on with it. But yeah, Randall Carlson is one of the main proponents, along with obviously like Graham Hancock, and they do all these trips to like the floodlands and the scab lands in the different parts of the country, Washington State. I think he does stuff in Tennessee. He lives in Georgia, but yeah, he's a good person to follow if you like all that stuff. I know he did a lesson where we went into like the cosmological sacred geometry and how the numbers break down and everything based on precession of the equinox and everything like that. So yeah, really fascinating stuff to dive into there. But yeah, I don't think for me at least, and I can't speak to anybody else, but I don't think a lot of this stuff is as conspiratorial as people make it out to be. Everybody's seen the YouTube videos and gone down rabbit holes and stuff like that. But any Mason I've ever talked to has just been a knowledgeable person. Maybe some of them are a little bit more into the esoteric stuff. But yeah, I mean, I don't get that vibe that people put out there about that from at least the people that I've talked to.
So is anybody in here, Mason?
No, but at least I'm not a Mason, but one of the best ones I've ever been able to like talk to and really kind of feel like, oh, like that kind of like destigmatized it for me was John Majorowski, who's got his own YouTube channel, his own show, and he pops into these spaces quite often. He's on UFO Twitter quite often. But all in all, a great guy and someone who, like I said, destigmatized it for me because I really thought like there was a lot
I
more
think
to it.
if you look down in here too, if you look down here, I think Dick Whipper's got he's got some symbolism on his profile.
Well, you might be right.
So,
but has anybody ever talked to a 33 level Mason or higher that's like willing to tell you what their rituals?
I don't think you'll be able to find that too much. My grandpa was 33rd of the Scottish Rite, and he may or may not have technically been a Templar. When he died, he had some books that were so important that these dudes from the lodge came and got the books from the house. You know, not like they didn't have copies or anything, and they're already written in code. So, you know, but all they did was like help people, and you know, anybody that says it's like satanic or whatever, they just don't really know what's going on, in my opinion.
Yeah, well, that's what they want to portray to the public.
I'll just say this. So some of the rituals are this. So the person that built King Solomon's temple was this guy named Hiram Abiff. Okay, so one of the rituals, Hiram Abiff was jumped and killed by a few people, and one of the rituals is that. So it's about being like, it's about architecture, it's about history, it's about
That's
esoteric
not who
stuff.
built
It's about
Solomon's temple. That's not who built
who
Solomon's
built
temple.
who built
Have
it.
you ever read the Testament of Solomon?
So were we talking about the Bible, or are we talking about what actually most
This is
likely
not in
hit?
the Bibles. This isn't in the Bible.
Okay, so who built it then?
Well, you should read the Testament of Solomon. He says
No,
who built it. I don't know what y'all refer to him as, but for one, the seven sisters from Pleiades, that one of them is deception, one of them's blah blah. It keeps going on. Y'all should read the Testament of Solomon.
okay,
Where
That's
can
where
I
they.
find
That's
the
where they
Where
get
can
the
I
lesser
find the
key of
Testament of
Solomon for.
Solomon?
Okay, that's what they get the lesser key of Solomon from the Testament of Solomon that the Masons use. The lesser key of Solomon.
Okay, before you answer that question, guys,
just to her point though, I do want to say that the mythology behind it is that King Solomon had a ring, and he used the ring, the powers from the ring, to command demons or jinn or whatever you want to call them to build Solomon's temple. So yeah, but Hiram Abiff, is what I'm talking about here. You can look it up. It's candidates for the third degree masonry. Yeah, I mean it's part of the ritual. So
Is
it
that
was
third degree or 33rd degree?
third degree. But what I'm saying
Oh well,
is,
yeah, it's gonna change it.
I'm giving you a look inside of, nobody knew any of the rituals. I was just mentioning one of the rituals. It sounds like you've already made up your mind though, about what you want to believe, as opposed you're asking questions, and I love the questions that you're asking. But it seems like you have your own ideas of what's going on. So maybe we should just
No, I've
move.
talked to a 33 level Mason, and their rituals are just, man. Sometimes I don't even know if
What
I
are
can talk
they?
about them on here.
I would love to hear
Okay, let's
about
take a
these
break real
rituals.
quick. Hold on, let me interrupt real quick.
Oh, sorry, Shane. Please,
No,
yeah,
you
reset the
guys are
room.
fine. I was getting ready to say I'm going to hand this off to two Pacabras in this space. You got Mind Escape in here. Make sure you check out Matt's book. Toop, you can take this over. One of you guys?
Yeah. I'm sure me and Mike
Okay.
can
And
figure this out.
All right, cool. Yeah, I'm sure you can. And you got Lucia's book. Check it out. I'm going to plug Wounded Warrior if you get a chance. Just donate some money to that. I got to get some bed. I think I've been in here like 19 hours.
And check out Old Vet's videos if you want to see some crazy shit in the sky that, you don't know what you're looking at. And he's honest. I think you saw one where you're like, yeah, that was a bird. So you're not like everything's a UFO, which I like that aspect about it a lot.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell I'm seeing, but it is what it is. But you guys take care, man. It's been fun. I'm high as hell because I thought Dick Whippers was Masonic, and it's some Stargate shit, man. I gotta go.
Hell yeah, Shane. Thank you for hosting the space, man. So are you going to keep it active?